Welcome back, folks, to our Sunday afternoon action on this BRSCC live race weekend at Cadwell Park in Lincolnshire. And we're going to kick things off with a season finale in many cases. This is the last championship round for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship for 2021. This is where all four classes are set to be decided, and before we get to the British Supercar Grand Prix at Donington Park in September. So 12 more minutes of supercar racing to decide who wins each of the four class Division 1, 450, 250 and 125 Open. The action that we've seen so far from these guys has been absolutely incredible, and these karts can reach speeds of up to 150 miles an hour, which, if you consider the kind of machine that they are, and also how quickly they can go and how light they are and how close the drivers are to the ground, is absolutely phenomenal. So front row again, once again, it is Ross Allen on pole position. He's hoping to try and wrap up the Division 1 title if possible. Also watch out for the likes of Lee Harper and Andy Gulliford. Carl Kintz is in there as well. Lee Plain can also go for class victory as well. And there is plenty of action set to be in the mix. You can see the drivers just getting themselves ready. And it should be quite an intense race. It has been already with the race yesterday and also the race this morning as well. So one last time to decide who finishes where in the 2021 championship. And these karts really are quite incredible. They've got this fantastic aerodynamic body where you can see very sleek. You see Tom Riley here, who's our 125 Open points leader. He's getting himself psyched up and ready to potentially grab the crown in his class as well. You can see the difference in the bodywork. We've got different levels of aerodynamics, different levels of rear wings depending on which car is there, because the Open 125s have no sort of wraparound rear wing in terms of the end plates. They have smaller end plates, whereas this is one of the higher class karts, which has the sort of slightly skinnier rear wing towards the back, and then as you go up the division into Division 1, they've got slightly higher wings for the and larger wings for the higher speeds that they can produce given the difference in engines. So plenty of top drivers here, all of which are going to be going for as top points as possible. So they're preparing to go out. They're going to be led out by the RunYourFleet.com Jaguar safety car, which is being driven by Jamie Firth and Tony Apsin, so they'll be heading them out. Then they'll go on to a rolling lap, and then the final 12 minutes of the season in terms of championship points will get underway before they prepare for next month's Supercar Grand Prix. So plenty more action to come. We've got the second race for the Fiesta Juniors, 2 races for the Track Attack Race Club, and there's more to come from Astor X5s, the Fiesta Championship and the STXRs as well. Lots in store for this afternoon, so stay tuned and be sure to enjoy it from start to finish. And with that, we're going to hand you over to our commentator Andy McEwen, who can talk you through the grid for the final supercar race of the season in terms of the championship, and then get us set for what hopefully should be a day which we can crown some champions in this series. Andy, over to you.
Thank you, Scott. Yeah, looking forward to this. We've had 2 Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship races already. They've both been very entertaining, actually. We've had 2 different winners overall, and within Division 1, the quickest of the karts racing on the grid, with Lee Harper winning yesterday's opener and Sam Moss claiming victory earlier on this morning. Moss was 4th yesterday. Harpham, yesterday's winner, still managed to finish 2nd in the race earlier on. Championship standings wise then, most of the 4 classes now are pretty much settled. Ross Allen's 3rd place in Division 1 in the previous race puts him now far enough ahead of Carl Kinsey that he can't be beaten to the Division 1 championship. So it looks as though Ross Allen is going to wrap that one up. In F250 National, likewise, Lee Plain has taken his 3rd victory of the season earlier on today to put himself out of reach pretty much now in the F250 Nationals. The big story there was that Paul Platt, the reigning GP champion, unfortunately had a non-finish. He went off at the hairpin late in the day in race number 2, and that cost him 2nd place in the championship to Luke Plain. So Luke Plain is 20 points ahead of Platt, with 25 points available still here in this race. In the F450 Nationals, meanwhile, Mark Gelatley is not here this weekend. Mark had won 5 of the 6 races that we'd had so far, and elected not to come to Cadwell Park. And that's going to cost him, I think, here, because Charles Johnson has moved 5 points ahead of him now with a win and a 2nd place within the F450s. So Johnson looking good for... he hopes, at least, for F450 National Championship. And then finally, in the Formula 125s, Tom Riley with 2 wins from 2 races so far this weekend to add to the 4 victories he had at the start of the season, and a pair of 2nd places at Anglesey. He is now clear of Michael Parr. Michael is 25 points ahead of Paul von Gerard, though. If Gerard were to win the Formula 125 Open class in this race and Michael Parr didn't finish, then they would end up tied on points, and it could all then start getting a bit close when it comes to looking at countbacks and such like. So We'll keep an eye on that, but really the main battle is for second in the F250 National Championship between Luke Plain and Paul Platt. Platt is going to have to come, though, from deep in the field because he didn't finish that most recent race. The grid, though, for this one, I think I'm right in saying, is based on fastest laps. Yeah, race fastest laps from race number 2. So Paul Platt, for example, although he didn't finish that race, he still starts 7th on the grid for this one. And so he is going to be looking to try and make amends for what happened earlier on. So while we're waiting for the karts to head out on circuit, let's very quickly remind ourselves of what the order of the day is. We're halfway through our racing action today. We've still got, though, plenty of races this afternoon. Starting off now with the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship. That's at 2:30. We're actually getting underway perhaps a couple of minutes early on that. The Track Attack Race Club will have their first of 2 races at 2:55, followed by the third Fiesta Junior race. Now, there has been an amended result to the Fiesta Junior race that took place this morning, where there was some contact between championship contenders Jensen Brickley and Deegan Fairclough. Fairclough given a 5-second penalty, but we'll get to that a little bit later on. MX5 Super Cup is up at 3:55. Then it's the Fiesta Senior Championship at 4:30, followed at the end of the day by the MX5 Championship and the Track Attack Championship as well. So that is how the rest of the day looks. It's going to be a really exciting one, I'm sure. Lots more racing to be had. And you can see the supercars are now heading out onto the track then, so getting ready to go racing here for the final time in the regular season for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship. And what does this race have in store for us, aside from the various points permutations? Are we going to see a new winner perhaps this weekend? We've had 2 different winners in Division 1 already this weekend. Are we going to get a third different one? There are definitely people up there that have the potential to do so. It'll be a rolling start, so we'll quickly roll through this grid then, as I said, based on the fastest race laps from each driver in the second race of the weekend earlier on. So it's Sam Moss, who was the winner in race 2, who's got that pole position. And so it is Sam Moss then on pole, Ross Allen alongside. Ross has had a good day so far as well. Second yesterday, third this morning. Then it's Lee Harpham and Andy Gulliford, row 2. Lee Plain and Carl Kinsey on the third row, with Paul Platt and Andrew Waite making up row 4. Row 5 is where we find Luke Plain and Michael Goff. Luke wants to watch, remember, followed by Charles Johnson and John Faulkner. Will Lawrence and Tom Riley on the 7th row, with Michael Parr and Gary Ward making up row number 8. Row 9 is where we're going to see Ben Ardern and Paul Glenister, with Paul Von Gerard in 19th on the grid. John Busby rounds out the top 20. Steve Soki is next, ahead of Andrew Connell, Rob Austin and Alan Flewitt on the 12th row of the grid. And then we have Ian Luto, Gary Potkins, Martin Gower and Amy Yerger right at the tail end. So should be an exciting one this then, over 12 minutes. They're short, sharp, frenetic races in the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship. The Division 1 karts at the front, the fastest, all the way down to those 125cc engine karts at the back, which have put on decent racing actually so far this weekend. Tom Riley emerging towards both of those races so far. Over the top of the mountain they go. This place made for supercars, really. It's the home of long circuit karting for an awfully long time. Used to be a good sort of 4 or 5 superkart events here every year, and it was a bit of a mecca for this kind of racing, and you can see why, because it's a fast circuit, but it's quite tight, quite technical, almost like a short circuit kart track. And it's produced some really good racing so far this weekend. Let's see what happens then in the third and final race for the Motorsport UK British Supercar Championship. Sam Moss is the orange and blue kart on the right of shot. Ross Allen, the turquoise, number 5 alongside him. Which of those two is going to take the victory? Well, let's find out. Off we go, and neither of them makes a particularly good start. Sam Moss is furious with himself for that slightly slow getaway, nodding his head in frustration. I think that's going to be either Lee Harpham or Andy Gulliford then that gets the lead going through the first couple of corners. We'll see properly as they come out of Charlie's. No, it's not. It is Ross Allen. So Ross Allen's got it then. Then it's very close behind them. Is that Harpham or Gulliford in second? I couldn't actually see there. Both of them running a similar livery. We'll again try and get a good look at it as they head up through Park Corner then on the first lap of racing, over the top of the hill and into the braking zone at the tight right-hander. And who is going to emerge from the other side with the race lead and second place, more to the point, because Ross Allen was really looking strong there in the opening corner or so. They come back down the other side into the Mansfield corner, where again you can see quite a bit of overtaking. More powerful carts with those rear wings as well. They'll have a bit more downforce. That gives them a bit more braking potential. Should allow for some good overtaking action. Now we've had a change from the lead I can see out of the window there, and that looks like it is Andy Gulliford, I think, has got the lead, but it's certainly Sam Moss second. There they are, look. And not Sam Moss second, Ross Allen second, Sam Moss third. So no, that must be Harpham ahead then. Let's see as they come across the start-finish line. Is that 47 in front? Yes, it is. So Lee Harpham's got the lead then. Ross Allen second, Sam Moss third. So the three pace setters in a way have got themselves at the head of the field then at the end of the opening lap. Fourth place is Andy Gulliford, fifth for Carl Kinsey. So the battle we were watching for was the one in the F250 Nationals between Luke Plain and Paul Platt. Where are they? Well, Plain is leading the 250s. Platt, I think, non-started. I don't see Paul Platt's name on the timing screen, so I think the damage was too much after Paul's off in the previous race, and that is then going to hand second place in the F250 National Championship to Luke Plain as a result. That's a real shame, though, for Paul Platt, who very nearly claimed second place despite the fact that he didn't even race at the first event at Mallory Park. So look at the forces going through the drivers there as they plunge downhill into the through Gooseneck and into Mansfield. Really rough ride, and 3 races and a qualifying session yesterday. We've done quite a lot of laps of this place, and it will take its toll on the body, that's for sure. Battle going on here then between number 66, which is John Faulkner, and numbers 74 and 46. 74 is Will Lawrence, 46 is Charles Johnson. Johnson in the 450s actually, third cart in line. Number 46 is a class leader. Those 450s with their distinctive throaty sound as they flash around the circuit. There it is, a very distinctively liveried cart, that one too. Out to the final corner they come, and there's going to be a challenge. Well, there's a challenge here, definitely. Number 25 finding it a challenge just to keep going, and that's Luke Plain. That is Luke Plain, so thank goodness Paul Platt didn't start the race as far as Luke's concerned, because Luke isn't going to finish it. Out of the race then, Luke Plain, and the man that looks set to finish second in the F250 National Championship is not going to end the season on a high. Change of position there as the 46 cart of Parr does get itself ahead of 66 Faulkner. So Johnson and Parr both getting ahead of him there in quick succession. So out of Mansfield they go. There's Sam Moss, by the way, behind Andy Gulliford now, although they're side by side heading towards the mountain, the third position. So, are we going to have a change for that third place? And behind me, out of the window, and I think I will see, yes, it is. Moss back ahead. So Gulliford was ahead at the start of the lap, but Moss has got him back again. Then we've got Kinsey there in 5th, Waite in the 18 is 6th, Plain is 7th, and that's Lee Plain who leads his class in 7th place. So they work their way out of the barn corner then onto the pit straight once again, and 9/10 of a second the advantage for Lee Harpham at the head of the field. That's going to be tough, I think, for Ross Allen to catch, but as we've seen in the previous races, it's not impossible because traffic comes into play. The leaders can always get held up by that. There is Luke Plain, who's found himself a unique spot to go and watch the racing from. Unfortunately out of the race, but on track, battles still raging on. Number 50 here is Busby, and he was defending, I think, there from, or was that a lapped by cart maybe that he was working his way past? I think he might have been. 97 there that was at the front of that group was the class leader in the 125 Formula 125 Opens, which is the class being led by Tom Riley at the moment. He's won both races so far this weekend in the 125s. There he goes, the black cart. A couple of the, in theory, faster, more powerful carts chasing him down. Number 92, one of them there. That's Ben Ardern, who currently sits 3rd in the F250 Nationals. Challenge on maybe here for the 49. Yep, that's a place going to be gained by Park to Mansfield corner. Again, a 125 cart though, passing, I think that was one of the 450s, was it? Maybe the number 50 of Busby. Yes, it was, number 50 John Busby losing the position. Top of the hill, spectators watching on at the mountain. Spectacular part of the circuit to come and watch these supercars at, and actually through the Hall bends especially, the change of direction through there is phenomenal. The aerodynamic capabilities of these things really are quite incredible to see firsthand trackside. Down across the line they go. There is number 18, so that is our 6th placed cart, and that's Andrew Waite, who is also 6th in Division 1. The cart behind him, exactly 1 second behind him at the start of the lap, is Lee Plain, who leads the F250 division by 10 seconds over Michael Goff. That's a big old lead. Michael Goff was on the podium this morning, didn't finish yesterday, did he? So that he was still 3rd in the F250 National Championship, but only 5 points ahead of Paul Platt. Obviously that means that with Platt out of the race, Michael Goff is going to definitely finish 3rd. Of course, if something were to happen to Michael Goff, then we could still see some changing around there, but it's been a bit of a battle of survival in the F250s this weekend. Lead gap is down, by the way, to half a second. Lee Harpen to Ross Allen came down, actually went out on the previous lap, but the lap before that it came down by about half a second. So, and Sam Moss in 3rd has set the fastest lap of anybody, so the top 3 are now just 2 seconds apart and getting closer and closer together. So potentially are going to have a battle for the victory after all, and this is much the same as we've seen in the previous 2 races this weekend, really, that it's the races start off sometimes fairly calm and then it all seems to change as we move into the second half of the race, as certain drivers perhaps just start to find a little bit more speed over the longer distance. 12 minutes doesn't seem like a lot. They get 8 or 9 laps in over 12 minutes, but that's when the tyres are being worked as hard as they are on these things, can sometimes feel like a long way. Here are the leaders then, out of the final corner, across the start-finish line. And those 3 then, 2.4 between them now, but it has come down between 1st and 2nd again, hasn't it? Look, so Lee Harpen's going to have a little bit of defending to do maybe here if Ross Allen can get there on the number 5 card. He was 9 tenths back at the start of the lap, having dropped 4 tenths on the previous lap, Allen, but it's back down again now to under half a second, I'd say, as they come through the double apex right-hander at Chris Curve now, which they treat as one continuous corner, the right-hander there, but there are 2 distinct apexes. Out through towards the woods again, and now in traffic. Look, it's all changing again. In fact, the challenge is on for 2nd now. That's Sam Moss. Look, up the inside of Ross Allen into the mountain. That's a brave place to try and pass, and he has to back out of it. That was a little bit sketchy there. I don't know whether that was because of the back markers or whether Ross Allen made a mistake, but he's certainly making up for it into the Hall bends, fully committed over the curb, bounces into the air slightly, and that can be a little bit dangerous to do in these things. Certainly hurt your back doing that. But he doesn't really care at the moment. He is just pushing hard to try and get a race win, because Ross Allen on that number 5, he's had a 2nd and a 3rd. He's not won yet this weekend. He did win all 3 races at Mallory Park, but hasn't won since the season opener. And now he sees a chance to do so, because he's close to within 3 tenths. The top 3 are now just 1 second apart, though. It's Sam Moss in 3rd that is the quickest. I think if he'd have made that move stick into the mountain, he would have already been challenging Harpen for the lead. He's going to try and have a go for 2nd maybe as they go towards Park Corner for the penultimate time. Pulls to the outside, but the inside line is held nicely by Ross Allen. Nips through, still in 2nd place. But I do think Sam Moss is the man most likely to challenge Lee Harpen for the victory here. Out of Mansfield again. into the mountain. No challenge this time for Sam Moss into this part of the track, because he's already through, actually. Yes, so sorry, Sam Moss ahead of Ross Allen then. See, I made the mistake there, looking away to the points table, and we have had the change for seconds, so 31 ahead of 5, and now Ross Allen has to try and fight back again as they work through those hall bends. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to. I think Sam Moss definitely has the pace, and in fact Allen makes a mistake at the hairpin there, runs a little bit wide, and so Sam Moss now sets his sights on the race leader. We're going on to the final lap of the weekend, the final lap of the regular season, and the lead gap is just under a second, but Sam Moss, his fastest lap of the race is a 21.7. Harpham's fastest is a 23.2, and in traffic, look at that, Harpham's really been held up, and this is Sam Moss's opportunity. Pulls to the outside line, and he's cleared him already. Lee Harpham just caught a back marker at the worst possible point as he came out of Charlie's. It killed his momentum up the hill, and Sam Moss has taken the lead away. So Moss then out through the right-handers at Park and Chris Curve. Is there anything else that Lee Harpham could throw at him? Well, this could be his saving grace, because they are definitely going to catch that big group of back markers before the end of the lap, and they will probably catch them through the hall bends, which is the worst place to catch traffic, and a slow run out of Mansfield for Sam Moss hasn't helped him either. Harpham looks to the inside line. Oh, darting across his nose there was Sam Moss. That was really aggressive. Throws it up the inside of number 17 of Gary Popkins to put a lap on him. Sam Moss, though, oh so really making contact there with Lee Harpham, and they come out of it still in the same order, but there is more traffic through the hall bends. This ain't over yet. It's so easy to lose your momentum in these things and end up losing the place. Moss is through past the back markers. Harpham to the outside. Did he get through there? No, there's been contact. Harpham's involved in contact. The 66 car is in the barrier. 66 was going a lap down, and that was John Faulkner. So it will be Moss that wins. Harpham comes home 2 seconds behind him, but he was involved in a collision there with the back markers as they came out of the hairpin, and there are 2 of them off. Now, neither of them are Harpham, so who's the other one? Allen came through in 3rd, so it wasn't one of the leaders. So it was another lapped kart that, unfortunately, was in the wrong place at the wrong time there as the race leaders came through on the final lap. That was, well, scary stuff, actually. That could have easily gone a lot worse. Contact in these things tend to end well. So John Faulkner we've lost. We've also lost number 97, Tom Riley. So that was the 125 leader, Tom Riley, that's also off at the hairpin. So, or at least he's not come through to take the checkered flag yet, so we presume that's where he's got to. Those are the only 2, I think, that are not accounted for. Everybody else that was running has taken the checkered flag. All of that just came to a head as the leaders were coming through. And so I think the 66 slowed, or was a lot slower than those around, and Harpham was the next man on the scene and just ran into the back of him. There's poor old Luke Plain, who didn't get to be a part of that race, really. Kart stopping in the very early stages. Well, it's exciting stuff, but a shame that it ended in the way it did, really, with contact. But that was always on the cards, as they knew that the back markers were going to be the deciding factor. And that's going to require a little bit of recovery work now before the next race can get underway. That next race will be the first for the Track Attack Race Club, incidentally, so we haven't seen those cars on the track yet. And, well, we saw them qualify, we haven't seen them race yet, and first opportunity then to get the Track Attack cars out onto the circuit. There is the reason that we're going to have a small delay. The good thing, I suppose, about the karts is that even if they do hit the wall, they aren't big enough or heavy enough to move the tyres, but always scary when you see them going off the road, because the riders, I call them riders by mistake, but they really are riders. They don't have seat belts. They are sat sort of just about secure in the karts, but it is only really one step up from riding a motorcycle. This, you've got double the wheels, but not exactly double the protection. And yeah, can't be a pleasant experience to be careering towards the scenery in one. But thankfully these 2, John Faulkner and Tom Riley, seem okay. But you've got to feel for Tom Riley, who was denied there the hat-trick in the 125s. He already had the championship wrapped up, having never finished lower than 2nd all season until that point. But 0 points haul for him is unfortunately going to just end his season on a slightly less than celebratory note. Luke Plain pushing his cart around the circuit. I hope he doesn't think he's going to push it all the way back, because that's a long walk from the top of Chris Curve. Through across the line. Now that's Tom Riley. That was Tom Riley, so he's got going again. Tom's going to get back to the pit lane under his own steam, which is good. One less car to be recovered. Also, maybe not too much damage, just stall the engine. If these things spin or go off the road and stop, it's very easy to stall them. The 66 kart of John Faulkner, which is a Division 1 car that was going a lap down to the Division 1 leaders, showing that he was a little bit off the pace. I wonder if there was some sort of a problem there. Certainly got one now, because he ended up pointing the wrong way as a result of contact, one has to presume, with Lee Harpen. We didn't quite catch it, but Harpen was in that group, catching them quickly as he was battling for the race victory, and Lee only held on to second place by 0.128 of a second. So Sam Moss then takes the victory, Lee Harpen second, Ross Allen third. That was your Division 1 podium. The 250s were won by the surviving Plain, that being Lee Plain, 101, and 7th place overall. The 450s won by number 46, that was Charles Johnson, and the 125s won in the end by number 49, after the issues there for Tom Riley, and 49 was Michael Parr, who took the 125 victory.
Race to come up, which is the Track Attack Race Club.
So we are going to have a small wait then before we get our next race underway for the Track Attack Race Club, but we are looking forward to getting those cars out on the circuit very shortly, and Scott Woodwiss is down there in the assembly area. I love one-mate racing, Scott, and we've got plenty of it this weekend, but it is nice through the Track Attack Race Club to have a bit of variety out on track, isn't it?
Yeah, you're not wrong, Andy, and there's plenty of that in this first race, in this particular series. It's the Track Attack Race Club. Never seen it before. This is pretty much a home for racing for French, German and Japanese cars. The car you've just seen is Rich Hockley in his Nippon Challenge Honda Civic Type R. He will start on pole position. Simon Tomlinson comes next, and he is in his XVW Racing Cup Golf. Also well put together car, that one. Cars familiar to Club Sport Trophy fans is this one, David Sheed in his M3 engine BMW Compact. David's getting himself ready to go in just a few moments' time, so he'll be starting for third on the grid. He's been a recent addition to the Track Attack grid, but it's good to see that he's getting involved. We've also got some cars like Simon Tomlinson is involved in the Classic VW Cup, who've been joining us the Track Attack this year. Ken Lark here in his brilliant-looking silver Volkswagen Corrado. Another car to also watch out for, just to his right, to our right, is the Chris Adams car, which is the Golf here in car number 6. And these cars pretty much towards the sharp end in many cases, so be sure to watch out for them. In the Tricolor Trophy, there's plenty of these little things. Renault Clios, one of which is with Tony Hunter at the wheel, so he'll be looking to try and get a strong result. He's quite a veteran of the Track Attack, so he's the highest placed Tricolor Trophy car on the grid. Got Robert Buckland in here as well. And then just alongside them, we've got these little things. These are the Peugeot 206 GTI Production Cup cars. Now, these have been getting pretty popular. They're looked after by Paul Rice, and these cars are very, very simple, very cost effective. We had as many as 15 or 16 of them at one of their previous outings at Snetterton just a couple of months ago. Very, very simple to put together. The 206 GTI is a brilliant little hot hatch, great value. I think you can do a season, apparently, I've been told, for as little as about roughly, including the car, about £5,000, which is mind-blowing in this day and age of motorsport. And you can see, just if you point the camera down there, there's more of them trying to get into the assembly area. So thumbs up for some of the drivers there who are getting ready to go. I think that's Paul Rice in car 42, is it? Yes, it is. He's the man behind the 206s, so he's on to watch for. A few more cars on the other side of the assembly area. We've got the Mini Cooper here of Charlie Heatley. That'll be in the Deutsche Marks Cup for the German cars. And alongside Charlie, one of my favourite cars in the field, Andrew Neil's beautiful little Peugeot 106 Rally. That car went out in the lunch break to get its 3 laps in for qualifying, and so this car pretty potent, and don't expect it to stay too far down the back of the grid. He'll be wanting to try and make up some of the disadvantage you have for missing out in qualifying. We've got another Renault Clio here. It's one of the Cup cars, Jared Berryman at the wheel. We've got one of these brilliant looking Audi TTs, which are growing in prominence throughout the grid. We've got a familiar MX-5, a Mark II version with Nick Glover at the wheel. It's good to have him in the grid as well. We've got more 206s up the grid as well. A couple of cars a bit higher up in amongst some of the higher classes. We've also got the BMW Z3 Smith here as well. And as we head more towards back towards the front of the grid with this other side of the field, you've got these pair of beautiful little Mark 1 Golfs, particularly Tim Mole and his Berg Cup spec Mark 1 VW Golf. It's a brilliant little car, and it's fantastic to look at. So it makes quite a great noise as well, as does Donald DeVar's example here. They really are proper retro hot hatches here. It's great to have them in the series. We've got another car which you can't really miss, which is the next one in line, which is Michael Bland's Peugeot 306. Again, in quite prominent green colour, so you can't definitely miss it at all. And amongst other Renault Clios, one of my favourite cars, and I actually want to have a chat to you if I can, is this car. This is David Clark in his little Renault 5 GT Turbo. But despite its diminutive size, it packs one heck of a punch. I've seen it on the straights, particularly at Stetson and at Brands Hatch. This car flies. It really is incredible. We'll see if we can possibly get a quick word with David if we can. It's a brilliant looking car, and we'll see what he's got to say. David, good to see you. I just couldn't help admiring this car. It's a bit sort of in a wolf in sheep's clothing, isn't it? It might look a bit diminutive, but this packs some serious punch into the bonnet, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It goes very well, and it's only a light car, so obviously the combination makes it obviously a very quick car, you know. But we've got issues at the moment, so I'm not too confident, you know. But we'll do our best. We see how we go.
But when it's on it, it's one of the fastest things in the straight line in the field. So it really does put some of the Honda Civics and other cars around to shame, doesn't it?
Yeah, and again, it just comes down to weight. You know, we're so light. You know, that's what it's all about, is power to weight, and you know, that's all it comes. They're heavy cars compared to us.
Well, issues or not, we hopefully gets a good result. So keep the faith, and hopefully it'll be a good result come the end.
Brilliant. Cheers. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. And just one more car that's next to that is Anthony, he falls over, is the Nick Sanderson Volkswagen. It's in the Classic VW Cup, but it's a Seat Super Copy. Remember these that used to support the British Touring Car Championship ages ago? Might have a quick chat with Nick actually, because he's no stranger to front-wheel drive cars, having formerly raced Fiestas. Nick, good to see you. Bit different from a Fiesta last time I saw you.
No, that's a different Sanderson.
Oh, forgive me.
No, I've always run this for about 7 years now.
Good stuff. So, this is a genuine Super Copper car, or is it a replica from before?
But yeah, genuine. I've got a Mark 1 and a Mark 2. Excellent cars. Yeah.
Which one's better?
They're both very good in different ways. The Mark II's got much more aero, so it's much more quicker through the corners, but for a circuit like Cadwell, this has got a great car. Yeah, it's a lot of fun to drive.
You got some pretty decent hot hatches in front of you, including some Clios and some Honda Civics. You reckon you can try and get past them, given the narrow confines of Cadwell?
I would hope so. I mean, this is our local circuit, so it's a great circuit. So
Whistle's gone, so we'll let you go.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Right, who knew there were two Nick Sandersons that could race front-wheel drive cars and not be related? So anyway, Track Attack race cars now heading out onto the grid. So Andy, over to you to take you through the grid for race one here for this fantastic series here at Cadwell Park.
Rare sight there, a motorsport commentator getting things wrong. That happens very, very rarely. Yes, lots of people racing with us for perhaps the first time this weekend, which is nice to see. Lots of new names and faces on the grid, and the Track Attack Race Club proving to again be very, very popular. If you weren't with us for their qualifying session earlier on this morning, as I explained then, basically Track Attack Race Club, they run a whole load of series basically rather than championships. There are no championship points to worry about as such. It's just a series of one-off races, and just makes it a little bit more enjoyable in a way, a bit less stressful for some of the drivers who perhaps can't commit to a full season of racing, and these series tend to be grouped by sometimes one-make series. The 206 GTI Cup that's got mentioned is a one-make series, clearly, but then you have generally they're grouped by nationality or manufacturer or something. So they have the Classic VW Cup, which is part of their roster these days, the Deutsche Marks Cup, the Nippon Challenge, the Tricolor Trophy, Nippon Challenge for Japanese and Asian cars, Tricolor Trophy French cars, and of course the Deutsche Marks Cup for German machinery. And we've got a mix of these various classes here with us this weekend. The grid then is as follows. We'll go through it in more detail in a moment, but we'll just run down it now. It is Rich Hockley in his Honda Civic on pole position with Simon Tomlinson alongside him. Honda Civic alongside VW Golf. Then it's the BMW Compact of David Sheed, which is quite a bit faster than some of the cars that we'll see racing in the Compact Cup with the BRSCC. Indeed, they were here earlier on this morning. That a very highly modified BMW Compact. Ken Lark in the beautiful VW Corrado lines up fourth, and then another VW, the Golf of Chris Adams, the second of the Golfs on the grid, is fifth. And then we get into a bit of a run of Renault Clio. Sixth place Tony Hunter is in a Renault Clio. Then we've got on the fourth row, yes, Robert Buckland in a Clio 172 and David Mycock in a Clio 182. So very similar cars altogether there. Then we've got the Nick Sanderson Seat Leon Supercopa Mark 1, which lines up ninth. Tony Markham's Honda Civic Type R is 10th. Then the Renault 5 of David Clark. A Renault 5 GT Turbo has no right, really, out-qualifying some of the much more modern machinery around it. That's a really good effort, that, from David Clark. He's got Simon Smith in a Renault Clio, the car that sort of replaced the Renault 5, lining up alongside him. Then Michael Bland and Donald Duar, a Peugeot 306 alongside a Mark 1 Golf GTI on the 7th row. Row 8 for Tim Moll in the Mark 1 Berg Cup version of the VW Golf. And then something completely different, in amongst all of these European hot hatches, is the BMW Z3 of Matthew Smith that lines up 16th on the grid. That rear-wheel drive sports car in amongst some rather different machinery. Fascinating to see how they get on. Then we get into some of the Peugeot 206s then. Carl Powell is on the 206 pole. He's got Will Powell alongside on the 9th row overall, and Paul Rice is third of the Peugeot 206 GTIs, and Lee Bull in another Peugeot 206 that is not entered in the 206 trophy though, so that's a different, slightly different specification Peugeot 206, lining up 20th. Nick Glover's Mazda MX-5 is next alongside Sam Watley. That's the 11th row of the grid, although, hang on, this is where we have a split in the grid, and I was handed an amended grid earlier on, which I probably should be paying attention to. So then we've got a gap. Look, you can see you've got Philip O'Halloran, Gerard Merriman, Andrew Neal and Charlie Heatley. Then you get a gap back to the Peugeots, which have their own grid at the tail end of the field, which I had been told and I'd forgotten. Carl Powell and Will Powell on the front row, Paul Rice and Sam Watley row 2, Matt Anderson, Craig Walker row 3, and Stephen Fuller and Kevin Matkin should be at the back of the grid. There has actually been an amended grid which has added cars 8 and 44 to the back of the grid as well. So some of that made sense. Most of it had changed since qualifying, with various amended grids flying around left, right and centre, but it is definitely Rich Hockley on pole position, who is listed as being down to race in the Tricolor Trophy, despite the fact he's definitely not in a French car. That is very much a Japanese Honda Civic. He was originally supposed to be racing a different car, that's the reason, which would have been entered into Tricolor Trophy, but a late change of car means that he is listed still technically in the wrong class. But Rich Hockley, a very quick driver, very experienced Honda Civic racer, so he knows that kind of car well, and he is going pretty well here this weekend then, with the pole position by 1.4 seconds. Simon Tomlinson alongside him in the Golf, but then you've got that rear-wheel drive BMW of David Sheed, so that's going to be interesting off the line. A rear-wheel drive car should get off the line a little bit quicker than the front-wheel drive cars around it, so if he hooks it up well, David might just be able to sneak through into the lead. He missed out on a front row starting position by 7 1/1000ths of a second, and that could have made a big difference actually. If he'd have started on the front row, you definitely would have bet on him getting the lead into the first corner, but as it is, he'll have to fight his way past the front row, and it's a very narrow run into that first corner. We've seen already this weekend a couple of early comings together, and we hope that we'll avoid that here, but because there's such variety of car on the track for this series, or these series, it can sometimes lead to a bit of speed differential off the line and a little bit of congestion into the first corner. So there was a bit of a delay for some reason, but we've now got the green flag waving, so the warm-up lap gets underway and the cars head out onto the circuit, which is still dry, but it's definitely overcast here today at Cadwell Park, and there is a bit of a chill in the air I'd say it's quite a bit windier than it was yesterday too, so the conditions a bit less summery than we had on what was a glorious Saturday. But as long as it stays dry, I think we'll all be happy. This place in the wet is not much fun, so hopefully we will stay with the dry conditions. There are the Peugeots at the back of the field then, and Carl Powell and Will Powell will line up at the front of that grid. The 206 GTI Cup, which caters for a standard production spec Peugeot 206 GTI, so you can't make any performance modifications to the car, which helps keep costs down. It also helps prevent one team or driver simply throwing a bit more money at the car and putting trick parts on it. They are all running to the same production spec, and that should produce really good close racing as well, hopefully. And certainly the qualifying time as well. Carl Powell was actually 9/10 quicker than Will Powell as he took pole position, and then Will was another second quicker than Paul Rice, but qualifying only tells half the story. There is every chance that they could get a little bit closer together once we get racing for what will be just 15 minutes for the Track Attack Race Club. So through Park they go on the final warm-up lap then before the race will get underway. There's the Golf of Simon Tomlinson. Qualifying earlier on saw Rich Hockley really set that very early benchmark, but then didn't really improve again throughout most of the second half of the session. And meanwhile, Simon Tomlinson, David Sheed and Ken Lark getting closer and closer and closer to his lap times, to the point that in the end the top four were all covered by just 2 seconds lap time wise. And whether that is a sign that those drivers are going to keep getting quicker now into the race and might be able to really give Rich Hockley something to think about, we shall have to wait and see. Ken Lark in the VW Corrado, one of a number of VWs out there, of course, all competing in the classic VW Cup. And that one is a championship, actually. That's the only one, I think, only one of the classes out there that scores championship points over the course of a season. And it is Simon Tomlinson that leads the points then on 52. He is 5 points ahead of Chris Adams in second. Well, Tomlinson starts second on the grid for this one. Adams starts 5th. Ken Lark is then a long way back in 3rd, having not completed all of the rounds. So Tomlinson and Adams, 52 points for Tomlinson, 47 for Adams. That could be an interesting battle if the two Golfs get themselves together. Also, amongst the ranks of the VWs, we were supposed to have Dave Pinkney, former British touring car racer and used to be the chairman of the Luton Town Football Club. I don't know whether he still is, but he is unfortunately not there. He didn't qualify in the end, but his car, the VW Vento, did go out in a practice session earlier on today, but I don't think it ever qualified, so that's a shame that we lost him. Must have had a mechanical issue in that practice session, which was a free practice session for all of the tin top category cars racing with us this weekend, which basically was the Track Attack cars with a few BMW Compact Cup cars sprinkled in amongst them as well. So lining up on the grid then, expect a lively start here, just because we do have cars that are going to accelerate a little bit quicker than some of the others. They might not necessarily be the cars that are at the front of the grid. Keep an eye particularly to the red BMW that starts 3rd of David Sheed. That is the only rear-wheel drive car at the front of the field, and it doesn't get a brilliant start, but they're all the way a lot better than Simon Tomlinson, who gets clouds of wheel spin. Here comes the other Golf up the inside of Chris Adams, making a really good start. He's going to challenge for 2nd place as they rush toward copies for the first time. They all look as though they're going to get into that corner cleanly, which is excellent news. It should be Hockley with the advantage, but who comes out in 2nd? It won't be Tomlinson, that's for sure. Oh, that's a shame. The Renault 5 of David Clark is a pit lane starter. Looked as if almost that was planned, though. He was trying to avoid the expected chaos through the first couple of corners. Tony Markham's on the Civic, goes through them. But what's the order at the head of the field? Well, there is Rich Hockley. He leads the way. Turns into the corner. It is Sheed in 2nd. 3rd place is Chris Adams. So that's significant then for the VW Championship. Adams several positions actually ahead of Simon Tomlinson. It's only the VWs that matter though in that championship. So if there are other cars that end up between them that are not VWs, then that won't really affect the points. So for example, we've got a couple of the Renault Clios between Adams and Ken Lark. Ken Lark going up the inside of one of them now. That's Robert Buckland. The other one, presumably, is David Mycock, who has actually got ahead of Buckland then, having started behind him. No, it's actually Tony Hunter, excuse me. The number 1 car is the Renault Clio that's highest placed of the Tricolour Trophy runners. So over the top of the hill they go then, top 3 making a break. There is 4th place Tony Hunter, 5th, 6th and 7th together. And it's Simon Tomlinson, the big white, blue and black VW Golf, that needs to make a bit of progress here. Then he's down to 3rd position in class, and his championship rival Chris Adams has got the class lead as we come towards the completion of lap number 1. Out through Barn Corner again, then across the start-finish line, and the first of these 2 races for the Track Attack Race Club getting off to a very, very energetic start. Hockley leads then, Sheed 2nd, Adams 3rd, Hunter 4th, Buckland in 5th, ahead of Ken Lark, but Lark goes up the inside at Coppice. That was a really brave move. I think he made it stick though. The Corrado, I reckon, is going to appear at Charlie's ahead of the Renault Clio. Did it get 5th place? Yes, it is, in 5th, and actually brought Simon Tomlinson with him. So both of the VWs there moving ahead of the Renault Clio. And they'll now set off after the other Clio, which is leading in the Tricolour Trophy there, the number 1 car, Tony Hunter, who was the highest placed of the Clios on the grid. Up the inside goes the Corrado. Lark goes through, but Tomlinson really outbraked himself there. And Tomlinson's unfortunately now lost. He's got a car stuck between himself and Ken Lark, and look, he still can't clear the Clio, so Lark is escaping now in the 2nd of the VWs. Through Mansfield then, it is the white Clio with the Tricolour flag on the roof there, the French flag. There is the red Clio that is next of the Tricolour cars. That is Buckland, and then the Seat not far behind of Nick Sanderson. Top of the hill comes Tomlinson, looks to the inside of Tony Hunter, but Tony is perfectly entitled to racing. Just because they're in different classes, they're fighting for position at the end of the day, so absolutely no obligation to move out of the way of the VWs, even if they think they're quicker. Tomlinson then still stuck behind the number 1 machine as it comes through at the end of lap number 2. Across the line they go then. The leader, Rich Hockley, 3.2 seconds clear of David Sheed. 141.1 is the first flying lap time, which is only a 10th off pole position. So Hockley, again, like he did in qualifying, getting onto that sort of pace pretty quickly. That's the gap we need to watch, though, isn't it, really, between Adams in 3rd and Lark in 4th in the Corrado. It's 2.4 seconds at the start of the lap, but he was nearly a full second quicker than Adams on the previous lap, was Ken Lark, even with that overtake against Tony Hunter at Coppice. So Lark is closing in here for the VW Classic VW Cup class lead. As they, again, come through Park Corner and Chris Curve, dropping Robert Buckland slightly. Turn is 3.5 seconds ahead of Mycock. Then it's Sanderson 9th and Markham rounding out the top 10. Through Mansfield. Here's a nice battle going on further back, which is the 85 car. That's the Audi TT of Philip O'Halloran. He started 24th, but I think he's gained a bit of ground because he's ahead of the likes of Nick Glover, who started a few places ahead of him in the Master MX-5. Coming up towards 1/3 race distance. And in amongst them, of course, some of the Peugeots. Now, the Peugeot 206s being led by the 54 car, which I think is that red Peugeot in that group. That is Carl Powell. 54 leading, 55 Will Powell second. And then you've got the Renault Clio, which started from the pit lane of David Clark. So Renault Clio, Renault 5, that started from the pit lane. Yeah, that is the Peugeot leader. Oh, speaking of Peugeots, that's the number 11 car that's stopped, I'm afraid. Michael Bland. There is a certain irony to the brightest car on the grid being driven by someone whose surname is Bland, but unfortunately this isn't going to be a very memorable race for him, not for the right reasons anyway. He has pulled over at the side of the road and is out, unfortunately, with some sort of mechanical problem, having been running in 13th place, 14th place, no, 13th place, right, first time. Renault 5 blasts ahead of the Renault Clio. David Clark qualified that Renault 5 GT Turbo in 11th place. So having started from the pit lane, you would expect him to make some ground up. His next target is the Mini, which is a second or so ahead of him. So down the park straight they go. There's the MX-5 I just mentioned, losing a place there of Nick Glover. Paul Sheard was originally on the entry list to race a Mark IV Mazda MX-5 in this race. That didn't happen in the end. A couple of them falling by the wayside before we actually got to racing. So over the top of the hill goes Ken Lark. Now he's almost with Chris Adams now, isn't he? Remember, Ken Lark did out-qualify Adams by about 0.4 of a second, so he should be quicker. That's David Sheed in second, but it's the battle for third, which is for the lead of the Classic VW Cup, that we really need to watch for here. Tomlinson, by the way, Simon Tomlinson still hasn't cleared the Renault Clio of Hunter. Look, Tony Hunter, he has now actually, I beg your pardon, he has. So we've got the two Clios together fighting for the Tricolor Trophy lead. Tony Hunter just ahead of Robert Buckland, and ahead of them, the three VWs are now together. So you've got Adams a second and a half ahead of Lark, who is a second ahead of Tomlinson. Tomlinson, now he's been freed from the Clios, is quicker than those two, which you'd expect because he qualified ahead of them on the class pole this morning. So through the dip, down the park straight they go. Half race distance is hit now, 7.5 minutes gone, 7.5 still to go. And the class battles at the moment proving to be very, very entertaining. The top two overall are running in different classes to each other, so Hockley and Sheed are both leading their respective classes. There's the VW leader out on the grass. That's a big, big moment there for Chris Adams. That could have ended in tears, but the older spec VW Golf there, a couple of generations older than the Golf, a couple of positions behind of Simon Tomlinson, is still looking strong, leading its class. So the gap was a second or 1.6 seconds at the start of the lap. Imagine that mistake didn't really help Chris Adams' lap times. The Clio's there nose to tail, Tony Hunter and Robert Buckland. Not really being dropped by the VWs ahead of them, are they? Those 5 cars are sort of getting themselves closer together, but there you can see how close Ken Lark is getting to Chris Adams then. So the Corrado sandwiched by the two Golfs. And then the Clio's come through next. Is Hunter going to be under pressure here, or is Buckland just going to wait for a better opportunity a bit later in the race? Looks like he will do. Still 6 minutes left to go. The lead gap, by the way, between Rich Hockley and David Sheed came down to 2.9 seconds that time. Sheed was 0.4 quicker than Hockley. I'm guessing that might have been traffic for Hockley. There are potentially going to be a couple of them that are going a lap down. They'll catch those Peugeot 206 GTIs, for example, quite quickly. But if it's not traffic, then that might be... In fact, yeah, you can see already this group are in amongst the back markers as well. So it must have been traffic that was holding up Rich Hockley. And David Sheed just sensing an opportunity maybe to close in and challenge for the overall race lead. Oh, the gooseneck is not a nice place to find a slower running car. That's a car with a problem, I think, actually, isn't it? Number 34 is Stephen Fuller. I thought he was just going really slowly to try and stay out of the way, but now he's waving through people that he was racing for position. So the 34 car looks as though it's heading for the pit lane with an issue. There's the challenge nearly for the Tricolor Trophy lead, but the Tony Hunter car stays ahead. It's 5 pop over the hill pretty much together, and Ken Buckland weaving around in the mirrors of the class leader, just desperately trying to find a gap, find an opening and get through. Hunter in turn will be getting a bit frustrated by the Golf of Simon Tomlinson, because through the tighter sections here at the end of the lap, the Renault looks quicker than the big Golf, and as he catches, he starts to get held up a bit. Number 34, Stephen Fuller, has pulled off the road now. That's halfway between the gooseneck, between Mansfield and the mountain, I think. He's got the access road, so well out of harm's way. No need for a safety car for that. And we have 4.25 minutes then to settle this. And what a battle this is for the Classic VW Cup race lead and the Tricolor Trophy lead. all sort of happening simultaneously, and what happens in the VW battle might well influence the winner of the Tricolor Trophy as well, just because they are so close to each other. Ken Lark trying to drag the Corrado up the inside of the Golf, which runs a little bit wide there. There was a slight mistake from Chris Adams. The dust gets kicked up on the exit of the corner by Chris. Did that maybe give Lark a chance to get up the inside? There's Rich Hockley still leading the way in the Honda Civic by 4.1 seconds now, so that little blip where he lost a bit of time, he's well and truly bounced back from that, because he's just set a fastest lap of 1 minute 41.000. Exactly 1 minute and 41 seconds, 73 1,000s quicker than he went in qualifying. So Rich Hockley is motoring on again now that he's not being impeded by slower traffic. There goes Sheed. And then another 8 seconds back is the Adams, Lark, Tomlinson, Hunter and Buckland scrap, which is then 11 seconds ahead of the number 8 of Andrew Neil. Andrew Neil's had a good drive, actually, in the Peugeot 106 Rally. He didn't set a lap time in qualifying, started 21st, and has moved his way into 8th place now, with lap times that are not a million miles off those being done by the some of the VW leaders. So there go the top two. And then behind them, we still haven't had any changes in the order. So it is still Adams leading in the VWs by now, 9/10 actually. It's looking a little bit more secure. Is the leader in the Classic VW Cup, and if he stays there, Adams will potentially take the class lead away, the championship lead away from Simon Tomlinson, because Tomlinson's not even going to finish second, is he? He's going to finish third at this rate. But time yet for it to change. We'll have one more lap after this one. David Sheed drops down the hill. His last lap 9/10 slower than the race leader, who again was underneath, well no, not quite underneath his pole position time, but only a few hundredths slower, with a 1 minute 41.1. All of the curbs, still pushing hard. That BMW, so very different to anything else that's on the track, in the fact that it's one of only a couple of rear-wheel drive cars. It's also significantly bigger than the hot hatches that were sort of surrounding it. Did get a decent start, David. Ooh, really hammers the curb there through the hairpin. Out of the window, I've just seen it's getting extremely close amongst the VWs. There was a bit of a mistake as well for Chris Adams through the Hall Bend, so wouldn't mind checking back in with that battle if we get a chance. Rich Hockley goes through the first corner, and he is nearly 6 seconds clear. He's just at a 1 minute 40.555, Rich Hockley. That is incredible pace. Now here come the VWs then, and Ken Lark is now starting to challenge. They're all still in the same order, but we're on to the final lap now, so it's now or never if you want to challenge for a class victory. So there goes Hockley. Checkered flag waiting for him. 5.9 seconds is his lead, but we are still waiting with bated breath to see what will happen in some of the classes further down the order. Hockley through the gooseneck and continues serenely on his way. There is David Sheed, and there is some dust and grass being thrown up. We've had no change though. Still somehow Chris Adams is hanging on to this Classic VW Cup lead as they come towards the gooseneck then for the final time. Are we going to see a change? Has anybody got anything for Chris Adams? Not through Mansfield, and now they're running out of time. But last time through the Hall Bends, Chris Adams' car did not look very happy. It looked very oversteery through this next little sequence. Through the final corner comes Rich Hockley. One more back marker to negotiate, which it does, sort of. That's the 42 car of Paul Rice that had to take to the grass there. Paul Rice running 5th in the 206 trophy, having qualified 3rd. But Rich Hockley qualified on pole. He's led every single lap, and he takes the checkered flag here at Cadwell Park in the Track Attack Race Club. Second place will go the way of David Sheed, and further back, are we going to get a change? I don't think we are, actually. It looks like Chris Adams is going to hang on to this 3rd position then. To the start-finish line they go, and towards the checkered flag. Is it going to be Adams? It's going to be side by side. Ken Lark almost got there, but just ran out of time. He comes up short by just over a 1/10 of a second. Adams gets the Classic VW Cup victory, and with it will move to challenge for the championship lead. Ken Lark comes home second, and Third place goes the way of Simon Tomlinson, who were disappointed with that though. Started second overall on the grid and on the class pole. Ends up fifth overall, and only third in class. Tony Hunter comes home sixth. He led the Tricolor Trophy the whole way, but again had Robert Buckland right on his tail. Then it was the number 8 of Andrew Neal from the back of the grid. Really good effort to get to 8th place. Then it was Mycock in 9th, 10th place for Sanderson, and the rest of them starting to file through outside the top 10 as well. There go the 2 Mark 1 VW Golfs. It was the 84 that won out in that private little battle. Tim Moll ahead of number 70 Donald Duar, but they are in different classes because it's Moll's car is the Berg Cup version, which in that race proved to be the quicker of the two. Still some close battles coming across the line. As we can see, the Peugeots is what I was waiting for, and they have now come through with the victory in the 206s, going to 54 Carl Powell from 55 Will Powell. Third place went to the 128 though. That was late addition then. 128 was not on the Lee Bull, that was. So Lee Bull is being shown as being in the 206 class, but didn't start with them. He started a bit further order. That's a little bit strange. Anyway, he comes home third of the 206s at the end of the race. So next up we have the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Had a really exciting race earlier on. Exciting is one word for it anyway, with the two title contenders, Jensen Brickley and Deegan Fairclough, coming together on a couple of occasions, especially right at the end when it really did come to blows through the last sequence of corners, and we are hoping for a rematch between them that perhaps is a little bit cleaner, but is no less exciting, because that first race was truly epic. One of the best Fiesta Junior races that I've seen for quite a long time. There is going to be a good chance, I think, that those two are going to be resuming their battle, although Deegan Fairclough was given a penalty as a result of the collision between the two of them.
Right, we're back with the Fiesta Juniors, and they're coming up very shortly indeed, so we'll get Chris ready for that one.
So looks as though we are going to be able to head down into the assembly area very shortly then to catch up perhaps with a couple of our Fiesta Junior drivers. Scott Woodwis is down there. Scott, an awful lot happened in that previous race, and there was an amendment to the result, perhaps not hugely surprising that.
Yeah, certainly dramatic finish to that first Fiesta Junior race, which we, I guess, weren't expecting too much, but yes, just to recap on that one. So the grid for the record is set by the second fastest qualifying time, which means that Deegan Fairclough will start on pole position. But to recap what happened in the first race, we had that collision at the end of the race between Deegan Fairclough and Jensen Brickley, the championship rivals, and as a result, Jake Triggs popped through the middle and grabbed his first Fiesta Junior win. Now, after many visits to the stewards, the stewards have decided that they've given Deegan Fairclough for the contact a 5-second penalty, which pushes him down to 8th in the result. So that will be one of his drop scores he would pick, because it's one of his worst results of the season. However, he's going to try and negate that as best as he can by trying to get himself a good finish in this second race. Now, he'll start from pole position. Alongside him, it's going to be Alex Lee. So there's Deegan's all ready to go. Alex Lee will start in second place. And then in third place on the second row of the grid is going to be Sid Smith. And he's looking for a decent result. He's had a couple of podiums so far this year, and also alongside him is the race one winner, Jake Triggs, who probably wouldn't have expected it at all, but he had a really good race up to that point anyway, having been as high as third place. He was on course for, if I'm correct, his first ever Fiesta Junior podium, but he went 2 places better than he was initially anticipating, and got the win as a result of the last corner shenanigans, shall we say. We've got Harry Garman in the mix there. We've got James Wallace, Dan Lewis and Joseph Knight, and then down the other end of the assembly area, you've then got Albert Webster, Archie Handy, James Pope, and then Jensen Brickley. So because of all the contact, and because of course he did come across the line, he will start towards the back of the grid. So it's quite a narrow circuit, difficult to overtake, which means that he's going to have a very hard time making his way through the pack. He's going to have to rely on a very fast start and make up as many places as he can in those opening couple of laps to be able to then start to get a rhythm, start to pick off the cars in front of him. And who knows, if he's quick enough, and we know how quick he is because he's won 3 races so far this year, he might well catch Deegan Fairclough by the end. But we'll have to wait and see how that all plays out. So Fairclough on pole, Brickley toward the back of the grid. Lots of very good drivers in between. This should be quite an intense and quite an exciting race, hopefully. So, Andy, over to you for the grid. I'm not sure what's going to happen with this one, but it could be a little bit tasty.
Tasty is one word for it. Tasty was definitely one word that we could use to describe that first race, which, as you said, was won by Jake Triggs, his first ever podium in the championship, and it was a race victory, no less. And that victory for Jake Triggs and a second place for Jensen Brickley then after the amended result will certainly benefit Brickley in the championship, because Deegan Fairclough ends up in the end finishing in 8th position, which gives him just 30 championship points, and that will count as a drop score though for Deegan. But yeah, that will most certainly have changed the dynamic of the championship slightly, as they came into the weekend pretty close together. They dropped their 2 worst scores. They dropped their 2 worst scores, so Deegan Fairclough was dropping a 0 from Snetterton, and now that 30 from earlier on today. So he's dropping 30 points, whereas Brickley is dropping 22 from Croft, and indeed 38 from Croft as well. So Deegan Fairclough's total is actually 349 points as it stands. Brickley is on, who had more points to start with, but is dropping more, is now on 331. So as I have it then, there are 18 points between them. So Fairclough still has the advantage, but by a reduced margin now, although as I said, that does now become his second drop score. So cars lining up on the grid then, and we'll be able to run you through that grid in a moment or two. This the the second and final BRSCC Fiesta Junior race of the weekend then, and the grid based on second fastest lap times from qualifying earlier on sees Deegan Fairclough back on pole, so at least that penalty from the earlier race doesn't affect his grid position for this one. Jensen Brickley for company, so stand well back everyone, because that could get very, very dicey indeed. Alex Lee and Sid Smith make up row 2. Jake Triggs, the winner earlier on, is 5th on the grid for this one. Harry Garman alongside him. Triggs started 4th in the race that he won earlier on, so he's got a bit more work to do this time. James Wallace and Daniel Lewis share row 4. 5th row of the grid is where we will find Joseph Knight and Albert Webster. Webster had an entertaining race earlier on where he ended up on the grass a couple of times. Archie Handy had damage sustained with a lap 1 shunt actually coming down into Mansfield. Managed to finish the race, but he will start 11th for this one. James Pope is next, and Jake Maynard, I think I'm right in saying Jake was a non-starter earlier on. I don't anticipate Jake will be out there again now. He had quite a big shunt in qualifying yesterday, and they weren't able to get the car ready for the first race. So with 15 minutes of racing ahead of us then in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Mustn't forget about Sid Smith. Sid Smith is still a part of this championship fight as well. Sid finished only 6th though earlier on this morning, which means he scored 34 points. Now Smith's drops are a 0 from Alton Park, a race he didn't finish, and actually that 34 points that he scored earlier on today, so he is now a little bit further back in the points. Once those drops are applied, he's on 282 as opposed to Fairclough 349 and Brickley 331, so it is sort of boiling down to a two-way fight for the championship. Fairclough and Brickley have definitely been the pace setters. Jake Triggs, in fact, by winning that race earlier on, became only the 3rd different winner of the season, with Brickley and Fairclough winning all of the other races between them. And it is 5 wins for Fairclough, 3 for Brickley. with, after this one, 4 more races still to go. So it's close enough that it looks likely to go down to the very end of the season, doesn't it? Jensen Brickley has really just only had that one bad weekend at Croft. Fairclough, in fairness, he's not had a bad weekend. He just happened to have that non-finish at Snetterton and the penalty earlier on today for contact through this sequence of corners that put them both in the barriers on the last lap. Well, they'd had contact here a couple of laps earlier, and then it all boiled over on the final lap when Fairclough saw a chance to get up the inside of Brickley at the last turn. There was contact made. Brickley got sideways, and they both ended up in the barriers coming out of the final turn. And Jake Triggs just somehow managed to sneak through and snatch the race win away. What's going to happen this time then? 15 minutes of racing in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship, round number 10 of the 2021 campaign, which is boiling down to a fascinating two-way fight for the championship honours. Cold tyres in these early laps, remember, that's something they'll all have to be careful of through the first few corners. Who's going to handle that the best then? On the right is Fairclough, on the left is Brickley. Away they go, and the lights are out. That's not actually Brickley alongside, is it? That's Alex Lee on the front row alongside Deegan Fairclough. So off towards the first turn they will all rush. There's Brickley, look, from the back of the grid. So I'm not sure what's happened to Brickley then. He was supposed to be on the front row, but he started very deep in the field and immediately leaves himself with quite a hole to dig himself out of. So they're all through the first couple of corners then. It's Fairclough that leads, Lee in second place. That looks like James Wallace in third, I think it is. Sid Smith there getting shuffled back a little bit. Jake Triggs likewise. Keep an eye though on the blue and fluorescent yellow car just towards the back of shot. That is the Jensen Brickley machine that is second in the championship. He will want to make progress before Deegan Fairclough makes his escape. Sid Smith on the outside there. Archie Handy's sideways. That was contact from the purple car, which is James Pope, who doesn't actually get through. Pope is now stuck fighting with Joseph Knight. He's had a bit of a bad start. Sideways through the gooseneck. There's always someone that ends up on the grass here on the first lap, although they all, I think, just about kept it within the track limits on the exit of the corner at least. Look at the way Fairclough is getting away already though. Alex Lee in second place can't go with him. What a start from James Wallace. James Wallace carving his way through the order there from the mid-grid starting position. And he's actually challenging for second now, isn't he? Alex Lee doesn't look like he's quite as quick as him. There they go, there's Brickley at the inside of the number 19 of Daniel Lewis into the hall bends, and he gets him as well. So we'll see where Brickley is, but he's ahead of Sid Smith, who started on the second row. So Smith admittedly has lost a few places, but and there's more now, because that's Webster up the inside of Smith and into the side of Daniel Lewis. Big contact there. So I don't know whether Sid Smith has some damage or something. There's definitely damage now to the AMD livery car, isn't there, of Albert Webster, after that fairly big hit into the side of the 19. And Archie Handy now sees a chance to attack him. Inside line taken by Webster, so Handy goes to the outside to try and get the inside for Charlie's the right-hander. He can't do it though. So out onto the back straight that group is about to head. Brickley then is sixth, just for reference. So Fairclough leads, Lee is second, Wallace third, Triggs fourth, Garman fifth, and in sixth place Jensen Brickley. But he is 4.4 seconds off the race lead, and he's got quite a bit of overtaking to do before he can even start to think about heading after Deegan Fairclough. Here comes Sid Smith trying to get past Lewis, and he does go up the inside of Daniel Lewis. That was a bold move, gets it stopped though, fair enough. Really good overtake that from Sid Smith. As Deegan Fairclough really pushes on here out of the chicane at the gooseneck. Brickley is already ahead of Garman, I think, isn't he? That looks like Brickley in fifth place now. Looks so spectacular through that section, don't they? Yes, Brickley is ahead of the 75, so Jensen Brickley into the top 5 now. Is he going to be able to get onto the podium before the end of the race? Wouldn't bet against it the way he's going. Hill, there is Jensen Brickley. There goes Garman behind him, then Sid Smith ahead of Lewis. Made that really good move at half corner. I think possibly James Pope there had been off coming out of the mountain, but Archie Handy has fallen right to the back now, so Handy losing 2 positions on this lap. hop and skip their way through the hairpin. So Brickley now needs to bridge a bit of a gap, doesn't he, to the second, third and fourth place battle. The gap between Fairclough and Lee, first to second, is 1.8 seconds, but Brickley has the fastest lap. So the car in fifth, the blue car with the yellow flashes, is the fastest car on the track. And Jensen Brickley, I would love to know why he started so far down the order. I hadn't seen that there was a amended grid. Hang on. Yes, so apologies, there was an amended grid. We'll get to that in a moment though, because for now it's side by side for second place, but I do now have an answer as to why Jensen Brickley started down the order. First of all though, Alex Lee has got an awful lot of attention here from James Wallace, who tries to go around the outside. They almost lean on each other. Into the dirt goes Wallace. A brave move to try and make round the outside at Park Corner. It's always likely to end up with you doing a bit of grass tracking. So Brickley was given a 10-second grid penalty, 10-place grid penalty for driving in a manner incompatible with general safety. So that, I'm guessing, is for the moment where he moved across on Deegan Fairclough going into the final corner a few laps before their last lap tangle. So they were both given penalties then, basically. Fairclough's affected his result in the previous race, but not his grid position for this one, whereas Brickley was the other way round. His finishing position of second in the earlier race doesn't change, but his grid position for this one did. So there we go, that explains why he was starting mid-grid. There goes Fairclough then, trying to make the most of that situation, whilst his big championship rival Jensen Brickley is still stuck in the fifth position. Down into the first corner we go again. And Jake Triggs, of course, keeping a watching brief. He knows full well that you can quite easily inherit a good result here without having to go fighting for it yourself. That's exactly what happened to him in that first race earlier on. Oh, now, that's not healthy. That is James Pope, who's got a lot of damage to the front of the car. And James Pope comes out of the final corner. Now, surely he's heading for the pit lane. I don't know what he's hit to sustain that damage. Archie Handy was the only driver behind him. And having pulled into the pit entry, he's then stopped as Jensen Brickley is through into fourth, whilst round the outside of Alex Lee again attempts to go James Wallace. That doesn't work though, and then he's really got to fight to get back to the inside line before Brickley gets there. There's almost contact between the two. Deegan Fairclough almost on two wheels there as he comes down through the gooseneck, but look how close it is behind. Oh, Brickley's got damage. Jensen Brickley's got damage. Broken steering on Jensen Brickley's blue and yellow car, and that will be a retirement for Jensen Brickley. His second retirement of the season. He ran into the back of somebody going through the gooseneck. It will have been Jake Triggs. No, it would have been Wallace, wouldn't it, then, ahead of him? Because he'd just gone past Triggs at Park, so he's run into the back of Wallace, and it's broken the steering there on the left front corner. Brickley gets out of the car, walks around to see what the damage is, but that is major drama in the championship then, with Jensen Brickley out of the race. Now, despite the fact that we think he's made contact with Wallace, that hasn't actually prevented Wallace from moving ahead of Alex Lee. There are yellow flags out at the final corner. That might be because of James Pope's car in the pit entry. Yes, it is. So, the new order, as everyone's slowing down for some reason. Why is everyone slowing down? Because the safety car's out. Right, okay, but the timing screen wasn't showing that, so that was a very late call to bring the runyourfleet.com safety car out on track. That is why, clearly, because Brickley's car is in a dangerous position. But that the drivers thankfully had spotted that, because the timing screen was not actually reflecting the fact that there was a safety car out on the circuit. So, deep breath everyone, let's unpack all of that then. We've got Deegan Fairclough leading. He was leading by 5.3 seconds, he's not anymore though, and of course it is James Wallace that's now through into second place. So James Wallace has had podiums this year. He had a second place, in fact 2 second places at Snetterton and a third place. So he's no stranger to the podium, but hasn't won a race yet as James, and he's come from 6th on the grid to second place now. So Fairclough, Wallace, then Lee third, then it will be Jake Triggs in 4th position. Sid Smith 5th. Then Garman 6th, Lewis 7th, Knight 8th, Webster 10th, and Webster 9th, Handy 10th, and Jensen Brickley, of course, out of the race. Now, there was a slippery surface flag I saw out a moment or two ago. That sometimes means there's fluid on the track. It sometimes also just means there's debris on the circuit. It's referred to as a slippery surface flag, the yellow and red flag, but it's not strictly true. It's simply there to warn the drivers there is something on the track that shouldn't be. Could be fluid, could be something a bit more solid, and frankly, given the amount of contact we had in a fairly short space of time there, wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit of bodywork that's found itself in a dangerous position. But that will be dealt with, as well as the big bit of bodywork that's in the way, or a dangerous position anyway, which is Jensen Brickley's car at the exit of Mansfield. So safety car then scrambled in the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship race here. 5 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. We have 2 retirements. One is James Pope, and now the red flag is coming out because I think they've realised this is going to take more than 5 minutes to clear. So the clock stops with 5 minutes and 18 seconds left. That's not quite 2/3 race distance. So a very clever call there by race control to red flag it before we got to 2/3 race distance, because if we'd have gone past the 10-minute mark, 5 minutes to go, that would have been enough for that to be classed as a result. Whereas actually, since they red flagged it before that point, they could give us a restart, and I'm hoping that they will. But they're just going to take a moment or two to get the track clear. Now the timing screen comes up with a checkered flag, but that is a new-ish procedure for TSL timing. They now show the checkered flag even if they fully intend to restart the race. So we'll await further confirmation of this as to what the procedure is going to be, whether we are going to get a restart. I hope we will. Now, that's not the whole field, is it? That's James Wallace at the head of the queue. Where's Deegan? Where's Deegan Fairclough? We think he carried on around again, did he? He didn't quite get the message. Okay, so good. That had me worried though. I thought he'd stopped somewhere as well. So Deegan Fairclough has carried on for another lap because he'd already passed the start-finish line before the red flag was shown. But the fact that they've pulled the cars onto the start-finish line, well, actually, doesn't necessarily mean anything. Most tracks it would mean that they were anticipating a restart, but of course they normally, if they weren't going to restart, they'd pull the cars into the pit lane. That would be the sign that the race was over. But here, the pit lane isn't actually anywhere near the paddock, so I suppose they would stop them on the track anyway. There is Deacon Fairclough then in his car that's still a bit dented after its trip into the barriers, but those Recticel barriers, you can see the Recticels through the Hall Bends as well, those foam barriers up against the actual tyre barrier that just absorbs so much impact, and it was that he hit coming out of the final corner barn. And that absorbed enough of the impact that actually the car is relatively unscathed. And Fairclough with his fuel filler cap open as well there. I noticed the car's falling apart a bit, isn't it? After it's had a tough weekend. Deegan really enjoying his trip to Cadwell Park this time, a lot more than his previous 2 visits, racing for another championship where he didn't actually get to race. He had accidents in practice and qualifying sessions and never managed to get to the start of a race. So his team waving him through to the front now where he should be. He's done an extra lap of the Cadwell Park circuit, so I hope they had enough fuel in the car to handle what potentially could be another 4 or 5 minute restart. If we do get a restart, we'll have a really interesting battle on our hands between Deegan and James Wallace, because Wallace, from a standing start on the outside of row 1, will definitely fancy his chances of taking the lead away from Deegan. And if it's a shortish restarted race, which it will be, certainly no more than 5 minutes, he might just be able to fend off Deegan for the rest of the race. So Brickley's car requiring recovery, and we believe there is oil down somewhere that marshals are clearing up. Now, the timing screen is now showing, there you can see the marshals putting the cement dust down, which is going to make the track conditions a little bit interesting once the race resumes. Right on the racing line, that oil. Now, that appears to be unrelated to the incident that's brought out the safety car, doesn't it? I think that's come from James Pope's car, the purple car that we saw with all of that damage at the front. So it might not be oil, it might be radiator fluid, because you'd imagine he's done some damage to the radiator with that crumpled front end. And if he has, that could well be leaking radiator fluid all over the track. And I think I did spot marshals in the pit entry actually putting cement dust down as well a moment or two ago. So that is actually a separate thing, which I don't think had anything to do with Jensen Brickley's demise. I'd love to know what Brickley did, whether it was a failure or whether he ran into the back of somebody. I said at the time he ran into the back of James Wallace, but I can't see any damage on Wallace's car actually, so perhaps it was just as simple as something failing on the left front corner. Can't quite see there because the marshals are in the way, but that left front wheel clearly at an angle it's not supposed to be, and that's making the recovery process take a little bit longer than it should, just because the car can't be towed. It's got to be hoiked up onto that low loader. So the timing screen is now showing us with a 15-minute restart. That won't be the case. It's also saying the race should start at 3:25, which was 20 minutes ago. So that's the original start time. But again, the fact that they've not just wiped it and moved on to the next race gives me hope that they're hoping to restart this one. And yeah, they are regridding people, aren't they? They put Deegan Fairclough back on pole position. So we're going to get a restart, but no news yet on the length of the restart. You'd imagine 4 or 5 minutes. There were 5 minutes and 18 seconds on the clock before the red flag, so should be something similar or maybe a little bit less for the restarted distance.
Fifth will be 99, Sid Smith. Sixth will be 75, Harry Garman.
There you can see the cars then lined up in their grid position, so it will be Fairclough on pole for the restart from James Wallace alongside. Then Alex Lee will have Sid, no, not Sid Smith. Alex Lee will have Harry Garman for company on row number 2. Couldn't quite see which one that was. That's good news. They've got Brickley's car on the flatbed truck now. So the team will have plenty of work to do to get that one ready for the next event, which is in another month's time though. It's at Donington Park, and then they're back at Cadwell actually on the 23rd, 24th of October for the season finale. So their championship will come to a close here in the Lincolnshire countryside, right towards the end of the year. So with the car on the flatbed truck and the majority of the cement dust down, we should be good for a restart very shortly, but of course they'll have to do a full green flag lap. Notification now that it will be a 5-minute restart, so 5 minutes is the distance, so pretty much exactly the amount of time that was left when the red flag came out. So yeah, they definitely did that right, race control, by red flagging it when they did. It's clearly taken more than 5 minutes to clear the circuit, and so there was no point traipsing around behind the safety car for 5 or 10 minutes when the race wasn't that long. So good decision made to red flag it. Albert Webster's car at the back, that looks very second hand, doesn't it, after his contact in the early stages. Was it Daniel Lewis, I think, that he got into the side of? Quite a few of them have had a couple of knocks today, this race and the first one. Hopefully though we'll get a clean 5 minutes of restarted racing. It is of course Jake Triggs that starts 4th on the grid, by the way. It's finally figured that out. Jake Triggs, the number 80 car, who now starts for the restart exactly where he started race number 1 earlier on, the race that he won, but he's got significantly less time to do something here, and he won that race because Deegan Fairclough and Jensen Brickley tangled. Well, that won't happen now because Brickley's out of this one, not going to take the restart. 0 points for Brickley in race number 2 then. Now that will of course become again a drop score for Brickley, so Brickley will gain back the 38 points that he was dropping originally. He was dropping a 38 to 22. He will now just drop the 22 and the 0 from today, so that puts him on 369 points. So as long as Deegan Fairclough finishes this race, basically he will move ahead, or will stay ahead of Brickley. The question is how far ahead. If Fairclough could win the race, then he would be some 30 points ahead in the championship, and that's a big margin with just 4 races to go.
So the Cadwell Park response team just heading out again onto the
So
track.
The wait for this race to get going again is, I hope, coming to an end now.
So I think they're finished. So as I say, we're going to get underway again quite shortly once the marshals have finished a bit of a clean-up, and we've got 5 minutes.
So when we do get going, I'm sure this will be worth the wait. Obviously have to make sure that the track is clear, safe to race on, and the oil or fluid of some sort that's been dropped will be the concern here, of course. They need to be certain that that's all been cleared up. The cement dust goes down and soaks it up, but they need to give it a bit of time to do its job, and also make sure they sweep away as much of the excess oil, cement dust as they can, because visibility then becomes a bit of an issue when we get racing otherwise. All the time though, time is marching on. It is now 10 to 4, and the next race for the MX5 Super Cup was supposed to start in 5 minutes time. So that's not going to happen, obviously, because we've still got a green flag lap to do. That is James Pope's car. Now they're taking advantage of this delay to get that car back to the paddock. The only difference that makes really is that the team can start packing up and going home a bit earlier. It's not really going to... they're not going to be rushing to fix it tonight, that's for sure. But that car, we believe, is the culprit for the fluid that's been dropped around the circuit. And the recovery truck makes the tight turn into the infield area, and then it'll climb up the hill towards the paddock, which is up on the outside of the mountain. We should see it make its way up there and then pull out of the way. Once that is off the track, though, I'm hoping we're going to be clear to restart. Let's find out who's going to come out on top then in the restarted 12th round of the BRSCC, 10th round, excuse me, of the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Marshall walks off the track, that's a good sign, but they will have another green flag lap, as we've said, to get the temperature back in the tyres that's been lost through the cars just sitting there. And there we go, 1 minute board goes up. It won't be a minute though, trust me, because look, the 30-second board's gone up already. And the green flag is waved, so we're going to go racing now then. Well, not now, we'll get a green flag lap, then we'll go racing. Let's run through the order they're going to restart in. Then Deegan Fairclough has the pole position ahead of James Wallace on that front row. Row number 2 is where we'll find Alex Lee and Jake Triggs. Then it's Sid Smith and Harry Garman. And then looks like Daniel Lewis and Joseph Knight together on the 4th row. And then at the back, Archie Handy, whose car was damaged in race 1, and Albert Webster, whose car has been damaged in this race. So a lot of repair work that either has been done or will have to be done to prepare the cars for that next round. But I'm hoping here, in a way, that we get a battle between Wallace and Fairclough. As much as Fairclough could do with winning, Wallace, if he's smart, will be able to use that to his advantage, actually. Because if he knows that Fairclough has one eye on the championship, then Deegan might not want to scrap with him too much and risk a a bit of contact that could take him out of contention. So you can sometimes be a bit more aggressive with those in contention for the championship than those who aren't, because they just have that little bit more to lose, don't they? Field makes its way down into the gooseneck then, out of the gooseneck through Mansfield towards the mountain, and Deacon Fairclough has to get off the line well, has to get into that first corner first. If he does that though, this could be a big step towards the championship title that he so desperately wants in his debut. Fiesta Junior Championship. Deegan making the switch over from another junior series into Fiestas this year, and said he's really enjoyed it here. Gets more track time and really enjoys the camaraderie in the paddock, although I think it's fair to say he and Jensen Brickley might not be on each other's Christmas card lists after this weekend, but hopefully they'll be able to look past that and continue to give us a good show for the rest of the season. For now, though, no sign of Brickley on the grid. It is all about what Fairclough can do to fend off James Wallace, who's looking for his first victory in the championship. Then he's had 3 podium finishes this year, but he's never finished better than second. Can he get a race win in this one? Well, we're about to find out. 5 minutes then, the restarted race distance for the Fiesta Junior Championship, and it's about to start now then. On the right, Deacon Fairclough in the grey car. The white car on the left is James Wallace. The lights go out and Wallace has a good start. Actually, he's really going with Fairclough. Oh, but then that first gear change wasn't very good, was it? Fairclough is going to get the advantage. 3 wide behind as Sid Smith goes from the inside of Alex Lee, and James Triggs for third place. I think he's going to do it, is he? Yes, Sid Smith through into that third place, and I'm afraid Joseph Knight's car bogged down off the start. That looks like maybe a gearbox or a clutch issue, because I think just as they changed out of first gear, the car stopped moving forwards, and he's going to have to pull out of the way to retire. Oh, and he can't get out of the way. He's got no drive at all. So maybe a drive shaft's gone on the 88 car, but that is in a dangerous position. There's no way they're going to be able to continue the race with that there. So this could be a red flag, or a safety car, I guess, but with 4 minutes left on the clock, there's not much point really. So this could, unfortunately, bring a premature end to the race that we've waited so long to get restarted. That's a shame. So Joseph Knight's car stationary, and the red flag comes out again. Now that will be it though. I don't think they'll give them another restart. What a shame though, and not through any bad driving standards or an accident or anything like that, just through sheer bad luck for Joseph Knight, whose car seemed to accelerate initially and then just stopped. And I think that might be a drive shaft that's let go as he's accelerated off the line, because he was left with absolutely no drive. If it was a gearbox or a clutch issue, he could have stayed in the gear that he was in and slowly toured off the road, but he didn't do that. So I think that has been a fairly catastrophic failure there, which unfortunately means he stopped at the side of the road. He couldn't get to a place of safety, and that means that we're going to have a red flag once again. And yes, the cars are now being directed into the paddock. So that's it, I'm afraid, for the BRSCC Fiesta Junior Championship. Really unfortunate that. No one's fault, just things conspiring against us here with our quest to try and get this race in. And full credit to the BRSCC for trying to get the race restarted there, giving them a second opportunity, but with time marching on and lots more racing to be done today, they just don't have time in the timetable to give the Fiesta Juniors another go at that. So that means the result will be taken from the order as it was before the first red flag then, because that second race never really got going, did it? So it will be Deacon Fairclough that gets the win, and James Wallace would be back on the podium in second place. Not the race victory that he would have liked, but still some good points for him, and Fairclough will get 50 points. I can't remember, if I'm honest, whether he had the fastest lap in that first part of the race, but I reckon that's going to put him either 30 or 31 points clear of Brickley now on drop scores, because Brickley's non-finish is now going to count as one of his drops, as we went through earlier on. So the championship battle takes another twist with 4 races still to go.
MX5 Super Cup.
Now, is Sid Smith going to start coming up to challenge? Sid Smith will be given a 5th place finish, so he will get 36 points, Sid Smith, and that's not going to be a drop score, so we can add those on. So Sid Smith will go on to a 318, so he's within 100 points still of the Championship lead, but it is still realistically a two-way fight. So it all took a bit of time, and we didn't really get there in the end, but the Fiesta Junior race has unfortunately been red flagged for a second time. It will not be restarted, and that means that the cars are going to be heading up to the assembly area now, to the Parc Fermé now. In the assembly area, we have the cars that are set to do our next race, and that is the MX5 Super Cup. They've been waiting patiently. There you can see the cars are ready and waiting. We've had 2 races, 2 different winners, and Scott Woodward's the championship battle in the MX5 Super Cup is starting to really go up and up, isn't it? It's going to be a fantastic 3rd and final race of the weekend.
Well, that's the thing, Andy. You say 2 different winners, but there was a bit of a change. Since when we left it was a win for Jack Carding, and I've got this by the amended results for race 2, for Sam Smith behind. But we know there's a bit of contact in that race. So Jack Carding won the race when we left him on camera. Then there was discussions with the stewards, and there was a 5-second penalty applied to Jack Carding, which means it's 2 out of 2 so far for Sam Smith. It also means it answered the question why I looked at the grid and wondered why Jack Carding was starting ahead of Sam Smith. They're doing that anyway because this 3rd race is a partially reversed grid, so they pull out a number out of a bag from 6 to 10. The number pulled out was 6, which means that the top 6 are reversed on that one, which means we get an interesting front row for this one. We have Kevin Sylvain, who's been one of the 2 winners in the club class here today. He starts on pole position, but alongside him is going to be Simon Fleet, who is in car 55. He's for the Michael Cock Combo Racing team, so for Simon's in the mix. Might see if ever with Simon, see how he's feeling. Simon, front race start thanks to the reverse grid draw. How's the nerves?
Well, 7th was my best finish ever, and now I've jumped to 1st. So how do you think I'm feeling?
Quite a bit.
Excited, happy, and a little bit nervous. Just going to drive my best.
Yeah. So you got confidence in the car, because the car seems to be working pretty well at the moment today.
Yeah, no, car feels fantastic. Thanks to Mike, who's been playing with the setup all weekend, and yeah, I don't think we can get that any better. It's just down to me now.
I know the task of beating Kevin away from the line and staying in front and keeping everyone else behind, it sounds simple, but as we both know, it's never as simple as that, is it?
No, starts have got to be absolutely no wheel spin at all, and it's certainly one of the bits that I've struggled with. So I've been told what to do. I will do my best to do it, and we'll see.
Right, we'll let you go.
Thank you.
Best of luck. So we're going to quickly move out of the way because the grid is heading through. So second place, of course, is Kevin Sylvain. In fact, it's Simon Fleet's on pole. Declan Lee starts 3rd. James Cousins is 4th. Then we have Jack Carding, followed by Sam Smith. He's just having a bit of adjustment, I think, of his onboard camera, which he has to have one, otherwise he gets penalised for that. So instead, I think he's got a bit of a delay, although he's being allowed to go. So I think, ironically, I think that's his brother Thomas Smith in the other car that's being looked after by BS Motorsport. So guess trying to get a bit of help with the onboard camera if he's trying to get it going. But I think they are going to try and pull him aside. So I think he will eventually take his spot on the grid, but they have to try and sort his camera out first. So Thomas Smith then comes next, then James Warrior, and then we have the next group of cars that I'm going to quickly move out of the way for. So Luke Whitworth will then come through next, and another of the BC Cars Motorsport squad. Next comes then Richard Amos, who's already had a win so far this weekend in the club class. One of the 2 Luke Herbert racing cars alongside Jack Carding, followed by a few drivers that are a bit out of position. We've got Martin Tolley, Patrick Fletcher, and then we've got Will Blackwood Chambers and Adam Bezel, who are a bit further back after they had some troubles in race number 2. So they're going to be ones to watch out for on this circuit that's incredibly narrow, incredibly tight, and of course it's difficult to overtake. But we have seen other races. If you're quick enough and able to work your way through the traffic, being a bit further back in the grid doesn't really have too much of a disadvantage if your car's quick enough and you can spot the gaps quicker than anyone else can close them. So the rest of the pack making its way through. As we say, this grid, as big as it is so large they can't fit them all into the assembly area, so they have to queue up on the road coming down into the assembly in order to make it happen. So that's one thing we're watching out for. So, as they head out, and we'll head to the Super Cup cars in a minute, we can at least move on to the result for our top 3 in the second race for the Fiesta Junior Championship. We didn't have a top 3 podium in the first race, mainly due to the fact that we had the incident that we had at the end of that first race, which caused the problem. So between Deegan Fairclough and between Jensen Brickley. So let's see if we can probably dive straight in. I'm just going to quickly confirm the top 3 just for a second. I need to do the interviews first. So we're going to very quickly move across, let's double check. So let's see if we can grab Deegan first of all. We'll let him get his team t-shirt on. So it's another race victory for Deegan. Obviously, I'm sure it'll take them any way it comes, but he quite quickly tries to get his t-shirt on. But let's have a chat. Deegan, an eventful day for you, I think. Many ups and downs, but still, a race win's a race win, and I think it's another one that you can take towards your championship chances.
Yeah, really good points today. I'm super happy. Thanks to Jam Sport, Sicily, Matt Tools, Bobby, and Car Goods. They've helped and helped this weekend, and yeah, I'm super grateful. And really good points in the championship against Jensen and everyone else. And yeah, super happy.
Before the red flag, you had quite a bit of a lead built up. Was that confident for you that everyone else was fighting behind and you were able to create a bit of a gap?
Yeah, I was a bit confident. I was just chilling out there, didn't want to overdrive, make a mistake, and because it's tight track, anything could go wrong. So yeah, super happy, and yeah, speechless really good.
So 4 more races left. You've got it all to do now to withstand the pressure and to hold on to see if you can possibly take the title. So next 4 races obviously going to be all important.
Yeah, definitely. Cadwell again, final one. My mum's birthday, that is, final race. So yeah, really excited for Donington as well. Never raced there actually. I never tested there, but I've done it on the sim multiple times. Really excited for that one.
Good stuff. Well done for today. I know it's been a bit up and down, but a win's a win. So well done, and go and enjoy it.
Thank you.
Let's have James Wallace, I think, in second place. Whereabouts is James? He has disappeared. There's James. Was that a sight? James, a decent day for you as well. Podium, of course, in second place. Just talk us through it.
Yeah, from a rough day on quali with car issues, I was qualifying quite near the back, and just working my way up the field cleanly in this last race meant quite a lot. Obviously P2, I'll take it. It would have been nice to been on the top step, but every minute I've loved it, that race. Yeah.
Great stuff. I think we're running short on time, but well done at least for second place. Congratulations on that one. And well done to third place, Alex. Running a bit short on time. We'll have to get back to the grid. So well done to our Fiesta Juniors. They'll be at next time at Donington in a few weeks' time. But until then, back to Andy for the grid for our final Super Cup race.
Yeah, thanks very much, Scott. Yeah, it is a busy day, so we're going to go straight into the way the grid lines up then. This partially reversed grid. Simon Fleet gets pole position ahead of Kevin Sylvain. Declan Lee and James Coslin's row 2. Adam Bessel and Sam Smith share the third row, and then Jack Harding, who is still behind Smith on the grid despite being moved behind him in the race result from earlier on. Tom Smith just missing out on the pole position in the end with 8th place on the grid for him. Then row 5 for James Warrior and Luke Whitworth. Richard Amos and Lee Britton are on the 6th row. Then it's Martin Tolley, Patrick Fletcher, one to watch for, number 29. He got shuffled back, remember, when he had that spin at Park Corner. Will Blackwell Chambers likewise had a spin at Charlie's. He starts 15th alongside Chris Richardson. Right through the grid for Clive Powells and Alex Osborne. Then David Henderson and Matt Pitford round out the top 20. Javier Brook and George Grant are next on the 11th row. Row 12 for Tom Selden and Bruce Robinson. Row 13 we will have Clive Chisnall and Will Morris. Martin Heath and Stephen New, row 14, Liz Walton and Nick Rutter, row 15, and then another to watch, if he's out there, is Braden Fletcher from the back. He had to retire, remember, with some damage in the previous race. So that is how the grid then shapes up. And we are looking forward to 20 minutes of great racing action. It's going to be tough to call this one. The reverse grid races, the key in these reverse grid races, when you're looking particularly at the front runners from the first 2, Sam Smith and Jack Harding, obviously they still start as the favourites to win simply based on their pace, but it all depends really on who gets through the through the pack the quickest. If one of them can make better progress in the early stages than the other, get a few cars between them, then that can often be the deciding factor. Can they get right to the front of the field, though? Because that's certainly not guaranteed with Simon Fleet and Kevin Sylvain on that front row. They're going to be putting up some fierce opposition to try and hang on to the top positions here, with some, in theory, quicker drivers coming from behind. Adam Bessel, by the way, has also been given a 10-place grid penalty for the contact with Patrick Fletcher, so that's why he starts 15th on the grid, having managed to finish inside the top 4 in the race earlier on. So here we go then, 20 minutes of racing, the third and final race of the weekend for the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup. The lights go out now, and it is a good start made there from Kevin Sylvain. Sylvain will get the advantage then from second on the grid. Not a great getaway from Simon Fleet. They race down toward the first corner. Again, 2 and 3 wide there in the midfield. They will make contact into the first corner. Matt Pickford was getting elbowed out wide. I think he somehow kept it on the track, actually, but that was a little bit tight. We've had first corner pile-ups in the MX-5 Super Cup here before. They avoided it that time. Look at the progress Jack Harding is making, though. He's got 2 cars between himself and 3 cars between himself and Sam Smith. No, even more, actually. Where is Sam Smith? Sam Smith, I couldn't see him there. It's side by side for the lead. That's James Cossons round the outside of Sylvain for P1 into part. They lean on each other a little bit, but where is the number 1 car? Am I missing something obvious, or is Sam Smith not where he should? That's him, isn't it? Yeah, that's Sam Smith there, number 1. So something has happened to Smith. Oh, and there's big damage to Tom Selden's car. That's the Luke Herbert championship winning car from a couple of weeks ago, and a big hit there for him, I'm afraid, going through Charlie's. So, wow, okay, so something happened to Smith through the first few corners, that much we know. Harding has made some good progress, and James Cossons has got the lead as they go towards the mountain for the first time. There goes Will Blackwell Chambers, the white and red car at the inside of Martin Tolley as they turn into the mountain. Cossons, though, getting away. Harding is second already. Jack Harding into P2, ahead of Kevin Sylvain. They're 3 wide over the mountain. That's never going to work. And thank goodness the safety car's coming out, because that could have ended in real disaster if they went 3 wide into the Hall bends. The safety car is out because of the incident at the start of the lap. It was all just getting really close through Coppice and Charlie's, and at least 1 car has ended up getting fired off the road as a result. So, safety car will be out. Cossons will be your leader, with Jack Harding, amazingly, the man closest to him now. We think there might be another car that's stopped somewhere. Oh, yes, there we go, number 90. Number 90 is Bruce Robinson, veteran racer in this championship. And Robinson with a very badly damaged front end. Now, as he got into the side, I wonder, of Tom Selden. Selden's damage was down the right-hand side of the car, wasn't it? So it's possible that maybe Robinson spun and Selden sort of came along and collected him. So there's the runyourfleet.com safety car out on circuit once again, and preparing to gather the field up, which it does do now. James Cossons then is the leader, Harding second, Kevin Sylvain third, 4th is Tom Smith. He's had a good start, gaining 3 positions through all of the mayhem. Then 5th position is Declan Lee, 6th Richard Amos, 7th then for Luke Whitworth, 8th position is Lee Britton, 9th for Patrick Fletcher, so he's picked up 4 positions as well on the opening lap. Rounding out the top 10 is Warrior. James Warrior, unfortunately, losing places instead of gaining them on the opening lap of the race. So now we have a really fascinating battle on our hands when we get racing again, because Jack Harding and James Cossons are fairly evenly matched. Harding this weekend has probably had the advantage, but not by a long way. It's, you know, Cossons has been pretty quick. So is James going to be able to fend off Jack, or are we going to see Jack Harding muscling his way through? He really needs to take advantage of whatever happened to Sam Smith. Sam Smith completed the first lap in 23rd place. He lost 17 spots on that first lap. Now, one of Sam Smith's drop scores, they dropped their 3 worst scores, I think it is. Smith has never finished lower than third. He's been on the podium in every race so far this season, so he's dropping a lot of points at the moment. So in a way, he could afford a bad result, a little bit more than some others out there. Harding, for example, he's had a few races, or 2 races, off the podium. Far from a disastrous season by any stretch, but the more consistent of the two definitely has been Sam Smith. So Sam Smith will therefore, assuming he doesn't gain big progress in this race, this will become one of his drops. If, for argument's sake, we were to say put the checkered flag out now, 23rd place would score him 56 points, about half the amount of what his average score has been so far this season. So Cossons has 1 win to his name, which was the reversed grid race at Croft, actually, back at the season opener. First 2 races won by Patrick Fletcher. James Cossons won race 3. And that was after a pair of 6th place finishes in the earlier races. Cossons has finished a little bit higher than that so far this weekend, though. Had, 6th place in the first race. And race number 2, Cossons, was 4th. So he's had a slightly better weekend so far than he had at Croft, but he'd love it to end the same way that his Croft weekend did, with a race win in the reverse grid. It's worth exactly the same amount of points as the other 2, even though it does have this partial reverse to it. Clapham North continuing to be a strong supporter and sponsor of the championship, and good to see George Grant there, the man behind Clapham North, out on circuit in his Rob Boston racing car. And George enjoying himself, I'm sure, running in 21st place at the moment. Always an enthusiastic racer is George Grant, and he's going to be looking to try and make some progress from there. George races in the main championship rather than the club championship. May have realised when we've been interviewing drivers after the races for the MX5 Super Cup that we've not just been talking to overall top 3, but also the club class top 3. The club class was born out of what was for a few years the MX5 Super Series, which used to run alongside Super Cup and was for exactly the same cars, built to exactly the same specification, but aimed at a more sort of clubman style racer. A very similar idea to what they've done with the MX5 Clubman Championship for the Mark 1 cars for 2021. It was sort of aimed towards the drivers that wanted to race Mark 3 MX5s but didn't necessarily want to commit to a whole season, or more to the point, didn't want to put themselves on a grid amongst sort of aspiring professional drivers, the likes of Jack Harding, for example, who have a little bit more to fight for maybe than the proper clubman racers. And so the Super Series was born, which ran alongside as its own championship. There were still points to be scored and everything, and we saw some pretty decent drivers come through it, actually. People like James Kell, for example, came through the MX5 Super Series and then raced in Super Cup as well. James, of course, these days racing in British GT4. So some talented drivers have come through MX5 racing, but that Super Series lasted for a couple of seasons, but it had kind of split the grid, and the grid sizes for Super Cup were struggling a bit as a result. So the decision was taken now to put them back together again. Last year they put them back together and run a separate class for those that didn't want to go for the outright championship, the club championship. That was being led by Kevin Sylvain coming into the weekend, but yesterday's race won by Richard Amos. So Richard started to build himself back into a decent championship position. The championship being led by Sylvain, though, still after a strong weekend. So Kevin starting at the front of this grid, not just looking for a good overall result, but also very much focusing on the club class championship. And then there's also a Masters Championship, again for drivers aged 45 and over, which is the case in both of our MX5 championships, both this and the Mark 1 series, that being led by 30 points ahead of the weekend by Martin Tolley from Clyde Powell's. Oh, that's an awful lot of damage, isn't it, to the number 90 of Bruce Robinson. So I saw the damage on the front, didn't realise just how bad it was down the side as well. So Bruce Robinson will be, unfortunately, counting the costs of that already. A very expensive shunt, but cars can be fixed an awful lot more easily than people. So the main thing that we're glad to see is that everyone is okay after that. It was clearly a fairly substantial collision there. So, of course, the other big story that we've been following here is the issues for Sam Smith, the number 1 car. Sam Smith is running in 23rd position. As we've made the point, he will be counting this as one of his dropped scores. Let's see if we can find him in the package. One of these white cars coming towards, I think it's the 3rd of the white cars. You've got George Grant ahead of Alex New, ahead of then number 1 Sam Smith. Alex New. So yeah, there's 3 white cars. It is the 3rd of them, which is our championship leader Sam Smith. And Sam is not going to be pleased really with the way this has gone. Yes, he's had 2 race victories, one on the road, the other one handed to him in the stewards' room. There goes Sam, number 1, through the picture with the gold wheels. But that's, that can all be undone by one bad result at the end of the weekend. 66 there going through is another car I think that was delayed a little bit in that shunt, Martin Heath. Some of the others we were watching for coming through the field. Will Blackwell Chambers is up to 13th place. And we've also had Braden Fletcher coming from the back, of course, to 25th position. I've just remembered that there was an issue, wasn't there, for Sam Smith in the assembly area. I'd stepped outside for a moment whilst they were leaving assembly, and I did notice that his car wasn't firing up, and I think Scott Woodward's covered this, that there was an issue with the onboard camera which had to be sorted, and they couldn't send him out onto the track until that had been done. So that is the reason that he was low down the field. So it wasn't an issue on the first lap, it was an issue before they even got onto the grid. So yes, I was vaguely aware of that happening, but just been reminded of that, thank you. Sam Smith, that's even more frustrating in a way, isn't it? It was something completely out of his hands. Right, the safety car is in the pit lane though. We're going racing once again, and we have got only 8.25 minutes left on the clock, so not as long now for Jack Harding to have a go at getting past James Cossons. Is Cossons going to be able to hang on then? 0.3 of a second the advantage as they cross the line. Kevin Sylvain is in 3rd position, Tom Smith 4th, and Declan Lee rounding out the top 5. And what progress can Sam Smith make from where did he take the restart? Sam Smith in 23rd position. The leaders, though, head up the park straight towards Park Corner. There goes Patrick Fletcher, having made good progress as well after his spin in the previous race. The leaders are side by side by the looks of it, though. That looked like Harding to the outside of Cossons, but James ain't going to make this easy. James, of course, run by Aidan Hills, former race winner and championship frontrunner in the MX-5 Super Cup. Aidan was a very good defensive driver. When he got in front, you knew you weren't going to get past him without a real scrap. And I'm sure he's passed on a few words of wisdom to James Cossons over the last couple of years since they've been working together about how to keep the likes of Jack Harding behind you, especially on a narrow, tight circuit like this. As long as you place your car in the right position and don't make any mistakes, Harding ain't going to be able to get through that easily. They're almost side by side again as they head towards the mountain. Cossons was clever there. He defended into Mansfield, but then made sure that he kept a tight line coming out to block the potential switchback that Harding might have been looking for. So as they flash over the top of the mountain, it's still the same order then. Cossons in the lead. 2nd place for Harding, 3rd Sylvain, 4th place is Tom Smith. Declan Lee has dropped down a position though. Richard Amos is ahead of him now, 5th position. Richard, by the way, chasing down Sylvain for the club class win. So the 3rd and 5th place cars at the moment are fighting for the victory in that club class that I was talking about during the safety car. So that's another battle within a battle almost to try and keep one eye trained on. Here comes the white and red number 18 of Will Blackwell Chambers in behind James Cossons' teammate, which is the James Warrior car, number 47. That's James Cossons' old car actually. We've got given the upgrade to race Aidan Hill's old car for this season. And there it is, number 24, the blue, orange and black over the curves. Now Harding is even closer this time onto the Park straight. He's going to be fully alongside surely when they get to the top of the hill, but he's going to have to go the long way round because Cossins is never going to let him have the inside line. 6 minutes left in the race then, up towards Park Corner. Harding's got his nose in front, but he's on the wrong side of the road really. Cossins is going to send it in as late as he dares on the brakes. Harding tries to go right round the outside. Little bit of contact maybe. Harding out on the grass. Cossins has got the inside again for Chris Curve now, and Harding just can't risk it. Yes, he'd love to win it, but he needs the points. I wonder if the team have been able to pass on via a pit board or something that Sam Smith is in trouble down in, 18th place now. Sam gained 5 positions on that lap and set the fastest lap because it was the first full flying lap of the race really, which hasn't been affected by a safety car, but nonetheless he is making progress. I wonder if they've told Harding though that Smith is deep in the field, therefore he doesn't really need to take any major risks there. Meanwhile goes Richard Amos for the club class lead. He's already passed Tom Smith, and now he passes Kevin Sylvain for the lead of the club class. So Richard Amos into 3rd overall. He's flying and gets himself into the lead of the category. Declan Lee now closing in on them as well as they slide their way through the Hall bends. But Amos even challenge for an overall victory maybe. Oh, bit of contact there. Declan Lee into the back of James Warrior, but that actually hurts him more because that allows Luke Whitworth up the inside on the 757. Luke went off at the mountain, of course, in the previous race, slid across the grass, lost himself a few positions, gaining them back again now, though, as he re-engages in this battle with Declan Lee. Luke Hoppers, there you go, towards Charlie's. Amos with the fastest lap now in 3rd place, 1:42.4, as Jack Harding almost gets up the inside there of the race leader, who is sideways over the curves, but somehow saves it and gets back over to the right-hand side of the road to defend. So, little bit of contact there between the top two. And in fairness, I think Harding made sure that he didn't gain a position through a bit of a push to pass there. He maybe lifted off the throttle. The frustration for Harding, though, is that this defensive drive from Cossins, whilst he's perfectly entitled to defend his position, but it is backing Harding up into Amos, who is coming with some real momentum now. He's got that fastest lap for the bonus point for the fastest lap as well, Richard Amos, right now. Oh, and he's passed him. Amos is past Harding, so we've had a change for seconds somewhere out the back. What on earth happened there then? Jack Harding down to 3rd. This is not what I expected to see. So Richard Amos has split the top two. And has Richard ever won a race in this championship? I don't think he has. This will be a huge moment for Richard Amos if he could do it, but he's got to try and shake off the attentions of Jack Harding first and then get after James Cossins. 3.5 minutes to go, so 2 more laps after this one, and this could be exactly what the doctor ordered for James Cossins, because they're battling behind him and he might just be able to make a break. Through the hairpins he comes. Cossins the leader, Amos now 2nd. Richard Amos having started 8th at the moment. 8th for this race, I should say. Scott Woodruff's reminding me that yes, Richard Amos has got himself a race victory, which came at Snetterton earlier on in the season, apparently. Last season, I should say, because the Snetterton victories this year all went to Sam Smith, didn't they? But Richard Amos is a winner then in the MX5 Super Cup, but not won yet in 2021. Can he do it here? Well, at the moment, the answer is no, because they're dropping time now to James Cossins, and Harding looked as though he was going to shape up for a run up the Park straight, but not able to do it on this particular occasion. Didn't get off the corner very well, actually, Harding, and he's got to be careful with how he overtakes at Park, because this is, I believe, where he got in a bit of trouble for the contact with Sam Smith, who of course runs Richard Amos's car as well, so Richard has even more reason to not play very nicely here with Jack Harding. Adam Bessel there was going side by side with someone as they came through Chris Curve. Did he get it? Yes, I think he did, as there Whitworth goes up the inside of Tom Smith, who's slipping backwards a bit now. He's been overtaken by Declan Lee. And heads up towards the mountain section. Patrick Fletcher past Whitworth now as well, and goes into the mountain. Yes, he's made that one stick, so Patrick Fletcher up into 8th now. Where did he start? He started very deep in the field, didn't he, after his spin, of course. So well, look at this then, nose to tail at the front of the field. So Richard Amos's victory, just to clear this one up, was this year at Snetterton, but of course because he's a club class runner, they don't score points with the pro class cars, if you see what I mean. So on the points table he's not shown as having had an overall win, but he did actually win on the road ahead of all of the pro class cars at Snetterton, so he has an overall victory and now wants another one, but that's significant in a way because it means that although he's ahead of Harding, he's not actually technically taking points away from Jack, but he is preventing Jack from challenging for the victory. I don't actually think that's what Amos is thinking about, though. Amos isn't really playing the team game as such. He wants to go for victory, or does he? He's pushing Cossons up the hill almost as if he didn't want to attack there. So is he going to help Cossons win to try and take points away from Jack Harding? That would be remarkable. It would certainly help his teammate, of course. We're on the final lap of the race then. Through Chris Curve and the gooseneck for the last time. Surely if Amos was going to try and win it, he would have had to go there into Park Corner. I can't believe that he's going to settle for second just so that he can guarantee Jack Harding doesn't win. That is, you could argue it's petty, but he is playing the team game here to try and help Sam Smith, who, by the way, is now 13th and 11th within the pro class. So Sam Smith is doing a really solid job, actually, of recovering. Harding with a good run over the mountain, but not good enough to get alongside Amos. The time is about to tick to 0, so the checkered flag will be out this time. And is it going to be a James Cossons victory, a second of the year, or will Jack Harding finally get his second? What about Richard Amos? They're all looking for their second victories of the year, aren't they? Through Barn Corner, they come down the hill. It's going to be James Cossons who's going to see the checkered flag, and the Hills Motorsport driver will win the reverse grid race in the Mazda MX-5 Super Cup here at Cadwell Park. Richard Amos second, and Jack Harding comes home probably a slightly disappointed third, you'd have to say. So, what a fantastic race that one. And it does go the way then of Cossons with Amos second and Harding third. Now, where did Sam Smith end up? 11th. He gained another 2 spots on that final lap, and he got the fastest lap point back as well a little bit earlier on. So Sam Smith will get 9th place in class, 11th overall, and score still some very good championship points as a result, with Jack Harding getting second in his class, the pro class, 3rd overall. I hope Scott Woodwis is going to be able to ask the question here to Richard Amos. Did he try and go for the victory there? And if not, why not? Because I suspect he might have been trying to make absolutely sure that Harding didn't get a chance to attack James Cossons, because if Amos got past Cossons, yes, he would win the race potentially, but that would then give Harding a chance to attack Cossons for the pro class victory. It's only an extra couple of points, but with Smith struggling there after his issue at the start, I wonder if Richard Amos tried to help his team boss by preventing his nearest championship rival from getting a win. Going to be some very, very interesting discussions, I think, after that race. So let's just run down that top 10 then. James Cossons gets the victory, Richard Amos second, Jack Harding third, Declan Lee in 4th from Patrick Fletcher. Brilliant drive that for Patrick Fletcher to work his way into 5th place by the flag from 13th on the grid, even with that lengthy safety car period. Tom Smith was 6th, Kevin Sylvain dropped to 7th, but still second in the club class. Adam Bessel was 8th from 15th on the grid, good effort from him, and Will Blackwell Chambers from 14th on the grid rounded out the top 10. So that is it, unfortunately, for the MX-5 Super Cup cars. We still have another MX-5 Mark 1 race coming up a little bit later on today. The next cars on track are those racing in the BRSCC Fiesta Championship. There are 4 more races to go, one for the Fiesta Championship, another one then for the ETSL STXR Challenge, followed by the Mark 1 Mazda MX-5s at 5:30 and the Track Attack Race Club to round the day out. So, Scott Woodwis, interesting stuff there from the MX-5 Super Cup. The Fiestas are getting ready to head out onto the circuit, but Scott, I'm fascinated to know whether Richard Amos deliberately settled in behind James Cossons there to prevent Harding having a shot at the victory. It's a question perhaps that you can ask him when he makes his way down to the podium.
I think I might have to, you know, he was saying in that first race that he's simply just going for fun. He's just going to see and get as many good points, race victories as he can, and get to have fun and just enjoy himself at the front. But maybe the competitive edge is just starting to come back a little bit here, so we'll have to wait and see. So the Fiesta Champions getting ready to go out. We've got a slightly reversed grid at the front. The top 7 have been reversed by random draw, which means that it is Stuart Robbins who starts on pole position, just in front of you here in car number 100, and he will have Spencer Stevenson alongside him on the front row. Then we go to row 2, further back, where we've got championship leader Luke Pinder. There's Spencer, thumbs up, ready to go. Luke Pinder's back in 3rd, or up in 3rd position. He's championship leader, trying to get some more points back after he's had a bit of a up and down weekend, trying to make his way back forwards. David Nye's there in 4th place, getting set to go. Ex-BTCC man who's still enjoying himself in these fantastic turbo Fiestas. Then we come to our top 3 from the second race, and they've been on the podium all weekend, which is Zach Lucas in P5. And then we have Rob Smith just behind in P6, who said he's had 3rd in race 1, 2nd in race 2, so genuinely by process of elimination, by way it follows, he should be going for the victory, he should be winning this one. So we'll see if he can live up to that in 6th. And then double race winner Alistair Kellett, who is starting back in 7th place, and we'll see what he can do to work his way up from the 4th row of the grid. Certainly happy with his weekend's work, despite no testing, so good work from him so far. And Dominic Bush, who's had a bit of a slightly quieter weekend, but he will start in 8th alongside the double race winner, and hoping that he can make some good progress and pick up some good results along the way. Just a little bit across the way on the other side, won't go down there in a minute because we are just about to head out, but a couple of drivers towards the back have got some work to do from some issues in race number 2. So the 2 ST240 class cars, we've got Jamie Going and John Cooper towards the back, and also ST150 points leader Ethan Rogers, who is a bit further back than he wants to be. He retired from the second race, didn't have had to fortunately lose quite a bit of points, so it will be one of his drop scores, but he's the highest placed ST150 class car in the overall standings, and so he won overall points table like the BMW Compact Cup, for example. But the car's now heading out onto the grid, which means it should be quite another exciting race. And right on cue, as the Fiestas head out, we've already got our MX-5 Supercup drivers that are making their way down onto the grid here. So remember, of course, it's the drivers who are, even though Richard Amos was 2nd overall, we still have 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the pro class, as well as 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the club class as well. So first of all, we're going to have a quick chat, I think, with James Cousins, who's just reminding everyone which team he drives for, and we'll have a chat now. So James Cousins of Hills Motorsport, I think that's what it says on the hat. So another race win for you. It's another one where you've taken full advantage of the reverse grid, but regardless of that, brilliant defensive effort, and looks like you might have had a tiny bit of help from behind as well.
Nah, I don't know what you're on about. Yeah, well, it's been a bit of a weird weekend. We've had the pace, but I just didn't qualify right, so it was always going to be a struggle from the get-go. Reverse grid races, who doesn't love them really? They're always a bit of fun, but yeah, just got to keep it clean, consistent, as you usually should, any race really. But yeah, obviously Richard surprised me as soon as I saw him come up behind me, just gave me a tap and a little wave. But yeah, good effort from him, but he deserves to be there really. Quick, and obviously Jack made a good effort throughout the race too, but just couldn't quite do it. Simple.
And of course, it's another win. It's satisfying for you. And of course, you've had a really decent season, a couple of breakout wins this year. So far, it's been going great for you in Hills Motorsport.
Yeah, not too bad. Obviously, last year, 2nd in the championship in my first ever season. This year, a bit out of reach. So I'm probably going to try and aim for the 3rd, which I think we've now got. But yeah, it's been a bit hit and miss over the whole season. Just need to work on the quali pace, and then we've got the pace and the skill to be right at the front. It's just getting all the small little bits added up just to get the final sort of page.
Good stuff. Well done. We'll get your trophy in a second, but congratulations on another win, and hopefully more the same next time.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Let's get 2nd place is Jack Harding, who is just over here, so we'll bring Jack in. Interesting closing stages of that race, of course. Looks like there was a little bit of inadvertent teamwork between the top 2, but again, still, you would say you're racing for fun now, and 2nd place is still a lot of good points, so yeah, still a decent day's and a weekend's work.
Yeah, I saw that obviously Sam either were at the back of the grid or didn't make the grid or whatever, and it was just about picking up some points, and like I said, you know, the race previously, which I won, is currently under investigation. It's under appeal, so we'll see what happens with that. We'll either be 1st or 2nd, just see which way it goes, but you know, at the end of the day, James just drove a brilliant race. You know, the safety car out for most of it, and James just put his car exactly where he needed to, backed me up exactly where he needed to do, and then yeah, unfortunately just I lost another place. But like I said, you know, I'm 2nd in pro, which is the main thing. Picked up extra points, and yeah, no, brilliant all in all. To say what started off as a bit of a disappointing start to the weekend, I'm happy with the ending.
Good stuff. We're running short on time, so I have to cut it there, but well done for 2nd place. And again, because we are running very short, very, very quickly, if we can just get Richard very quickly as the club class win, and we'll throw it to Andy in a second. Just very quickly, Richard, another club class win. Decent weekend for you so far. 2 wins in a second, so you'll take that very quickly.
Yes, same again really. Yeah, it's just
learning every time, and yeah, it's a good race. It was short because of the safety car, so it was a bit of carnage, and I got a bit of a gap. So yeah, it's all right. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, not much to say really. Happy.
Fantastic. Well done. Good weekend. We'll see you next time at Donington. Right, over to you, Andy, to take you through the grid for the Fiestas.
Yep, thank you very much, Scott. So our third Fiesta race of the weekend, Alistair Kellett has won both of the races so far. It has not been a weekend without controversy. We've had a 5-second penalty applied in the previous race to Dylan Hotchin, unfortunately, within the ST150 field. And this is a new one to me. The penalty was given for manoeuvres likely to hinder other drivers, such as deliberate crowding of a car beyond the edge of the track or any other abnormal change of direction. I've never seen that wording before for a reason for a penalty. But anyway, driving standards infringement, essentially, for Dylan Hotchins. Now, this is a partially reversed grid based upon the result from the previous race. So the top 7 have been reversed, meaning that 7th place finisher from race 2, Stuart Robbins, is on the pole position with Spencer Stevenson for company. Luke Pinder, the championship leader coming into the weekend, is there third on the grid alongside David Nye. Zach Lucas and Rob Smith are next, and then Alistair Kellett, our double victor, is there on the 4th row with Dominic Bush, who just missed out on the reversed grid pole. Then on row number 5, Simon Horrobin and Sam Watkins, Marco Ritchie and George Davis on the 6th row of the grid. Marlo Cordell and Dylan Hotchin make up row 7. Bryony Davis and Jamie Going on row 8. Going's had a bit of a torrid weekend, actually. Contact at the start of yesterday's race, and he starts from the back again here in race number 3. Also, John Cooper and Ethan Rogers. Cooper was involved in that contact with Jamie Going, and Ethan Rogers, I forget actually what happened to him, but I know he had a non-finish in the previous race. He was the only non-finisher actually in race number 2 of the weekend. So, points-wise, it is a good weekend for Alistair Kellett, obviously, but he was some way back in the championship. Luke Pinder has not had a great weekend, and he's seen his championship lead slashed now. David Nye, Rob Smith, they've taken a good amount of points out of Luke, but again, drop scores yet to be taken into account because they still have another 6 races after this one, 3 at Donington Park, and then they're back again at Cadwell Park along with the Fiesta Juniors at the end of October for their championship finales. Right then, on the grid, we are ready to go racing. Then on the right-hand side is Stuart Robbins. The red car on the left is Spencer Stevenson. Lights go out, away they go, and that is a really, really aggressive start made by the blue car of Luke Pinder, trying to muscle his way in between the front row men on the run towards turn 1. How's that one going to work? He didn't get there, did he? So it's still going to be Robbins from Stevenson, I think, the top 2. Further back, bit of argy-bargy in the ST150s, but I think they all stayed just about within the white lines. No, there's a car off, and that was our race leader. That was Robbins into the barriers, I think, at Charlie's. Or did he rejoin, possibly? He did. There is, look, the blue and orange 100 car alongside Jamie Going, so he didn't hit the wall, but for some reason ended up off the track, despite the fact I thought he was clear in the race lead. That leaves Spencer Stevenson with the race lead now. Luke Pinder is right on his tail, though, as they make their way through the right-hander at Park Corner. That looked like David Nye in third. In the ST150s, I think that's Sam Watkins ahead of George Davis and Ethan Rogers, but we'll confirm that when they get further around the lap. But I think that is the order then, the 2 red cars at the head of the field. Pinder then on the charge here, needs to try and clear Spencer Stevenson before we get people like David Nye and Zach Lucas on his tail, but they are 3rd and 4th, those 2. The white car is Nye, the green car, dark green, is Zach Lucas, and then behind him you've got the likes of Alistair Kellett. It's Rob Smith, then Alistair Kellett 5th and 6th. So Kellett's only gained 1 position actually at the moment, just ahead of Simon Horrobin there, as they race through those hall bends for the first time. The ST150s, by the way, there, look, I've just seen the Demon Tweaks liveried car is ahead, so that's George Davis ahead of Sam Watkins. That definitely wasn't the order at Park Corner, so there is George, and then Ethan Rogers gets past Watkins as well, so Rogers into 2nd place in the class, and Watkins down to 3rd. It's is that Marco Ritchie? Yeah, it is Marco Ritchie in amongst them again in his ST240 turbo car. So across the line they go then. Stevenson leads, 15-minute race this, so less time for the drivers to make up for lost ground with the reverse grid here than we saw in, for example, the MX-5 race just now. But Luke Pinder is trying to make a move now for the race lead. He pulls to the outside over the top of the hill into the braking zone at Park Corner. Pinder level with Stevenson, but on the wrong side of the road. Stevenson outbrakes himself though. Pinder gets the switch back. Can he get up the inside at Chris Curve? No, not quite, and Spencer Stevenson just gets the door closed. This is going to really start stacking up, isn't it? Because Stevenson is delaying the whole group, really, as they come down the hill and backing Pinder up into Nye and Lucas and Smith and Kellett and Horrobin, all absolutely together as they make their way again into the Mansfield left-hander. All the way back as far as Dominic Bush, this group goes, doesn't it? That's the top 8 cars together. And a bit of a gap back to Jamie Goings in ninth, Jamie Going in 9th and Robbins in 10th place. Over the mountain they pop 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them into the Hall Bends. No challenge being made this time as they head through the chicane section, if you like, if you can call it a chicane. It is technically, I suppose, but a very, very flowing part of the circuit through to the end of the second lap of the race then. So in the earlier races, we got 9 laps in. So 9 laps should be the distance. And Luke Pinder, as they start the third of those laps, is pulling alongside Spencer Stevenson for the race lead. He's got his nose ahead into turn 1, but that's on the outside line. And Stevenson had no choice but to let him go because I think Pinder was going to turn in regardless. So Luke Pinder gets the lead away as they go through the first couple of corners. And now he needs to try and set sail before the others get... Oh, hang on, something's happened. There's a car on the grass and something has happened to David Nye. David Nye is not there in third. It's Zach Lucas in third now, ahead of Rob Smith. And then was it still Alistair Kellett? David Nye, though, has been off through the first couple of corners. There was a white car on the grass in the background, I think, which must have been him. So David Nye, championship contender, of course, unfortunately losing ground. Can't even see him in that group. So there he was, I think, a long way behind. I think he's... the car sort of on his own in about 10th place, 11th place or so. So that means that Zach Lucas gets into third, and he will now really want to get on with passing Spencer Stevenson before Luke Pinder gets too far up the road, because Zach Lucas can see an opportunity here to score 3 race victories from 3. No one has done that yet. The first 2 events of the season at Croft and Alton Park were double headers, so just 2 races. They were both of them won by the same people. John Cooper won both of the races at Croft, Luke Pinder both of them at Alton Park. But the only other triple header we've had so far this year was last time out at Snetterton, where 2 wins went to David Nye, but the reverse sprint race went to Jamie Going. So no one has managed to win 3 races in the same event so far this season. There is David Nye, so no damage on the car. Looks like he did that by himself, didn't he then? Bounced across the grass through Charlie's. A lot of time lost though. To the 4th lap of the race then. 9.5 minutes or so to go. And Luke Pinder with the fastest lap, a 1 minute 40.816. Getting away then. Back in the ST150s, Sam Watkins is having a bit of a mare look, because he's down to 4th now behind Dylan Hotchin. So there he is, Sam Watkins, the number 1 car, who has won both races so far this weekend in the ST150s, despite stiff opposition from Ethan Rogers and George Davis. But it's George that's got the lead now in 12th place overall. So waiting for the leaders to head over the hill. Here they come. There's Pinder sideways, and there's Lucas second. So Zach Lucas is ahead of the red machine of Spencer Stevenson. So what's the gap? It's going to be something like 1.5 seconds, isn't it, between Pinder and Stevenson? We'll get the gap at the end of the lap. That will be the starting point for Spencer to between Pinder and Lucas. That will be the starting point for Lucas to try and chase after the leader. Waiting for them to come over the hill. There is Pinder. There is Lucas, already getting away from Stevenson. Spencer Stevenson has 1 podium so far this season, which came in the 2nd race at Alton Park. That's 3rd place, so he's on course to match his season best if he stays where he is. But that's not going to be easy. He's got Rob Smith, championship contender, Alistair Kellett, championship contender, right behind him. As there, Ethan Rogers with smoke from the front of the car, and he's going off. Oh, there's oil, there's fluid down at the Hall Bends, cars off everywhere. Marco Ritchie has spun. Oh, and there's another car coming into shot. That's the 27 around. They need to slow down. There's fluid on the track. Bryony Davis goes off. Bang into the wall goes Bryony Davis, and that is as a result of fluid from Ethan Rogers' car at the Hall Bends. A lot of damage done to the front of Davis's car, I'm afraid, heavily into the Armco barrier, and that will be a safety car if not a red flag. there was some sort of... That's Rogers' car spinning, so Rogers spun on his own fluid, and then the marshals just didn't have time to react to it because the whole pack of ST150s was coming behind him, and a whole group of them lost control. Now, are they the only two cars that are stationary, though? Is there somebody else off, maybe? My, oh my, that was... and the red flag is out, unsurprisingly, because the recovery crews have had to head out onto the circuit to deal with this immediately. That was scary stuff. Of all the places to get fluid on the track, the Hall Bends is probably the worst because it's so narrow but so fast, and the barriers are so close to the edge of the road. If you go off there, you're going to hit the wall, and unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it was Bryony Davis that was the one that hit the barrier. And we'll await further news on exactly how many people were involved and exactly who it was. But Ethan Rogers definitely the start of that, really. Now the field is being brought, I think, to a halt at the top of the mountain, because this is, of course, where there's the recovery effort ongoing. And the field is coming through, thankfully, at a slower pace now than they were before, but that's the danger of fluid getting onto the track. It's at a really, really dangerous part of the circuit. So, red flag's out then. We'll await news on a restart. How are we doing for time? Next race supposed to start in 10 minutes' time, and we are due to run right up to 6:20. There is a 6:30 curfew, I'm fairly sure, here at Cadwell Park. So if they don't get everything done by then unfortunately that will be the end of the day's racing. So they need to, much as they'd love to give everyone restarts when we get red flags, it's not something really that they can do for every race. So we'll wait and see, though. We hadn't got halfway through that one, I don't think, had we? Or we might have just got past halfway. But it's usually 2/3 race distance that is the key. If you get to 2/3, then they don't have to restart it. And we definitely hadn't reached that by the time this all kicked off. So Ethan Rogers then was... I don't really know what the problem was for Ethan, because the smoke seemed to be coming from inside the wheel hub, didn't it? But brake fluid, maybe, that ended up on the track? You wouldn't think that would cause quite that amount of problems. And we're hearing now... So we are hearing now that Bryony Davis is out of the car. She is okay after a pretty heavy shunt at the Hall Bends. And understandably, because the impact was so big, the unfortunate thing is she managed to hit a bit of Armco barrier that it should be impossible to hit. So it's not protected by tyres or recticel barriers. She was probably, I don't know, 15 feet away from hitting a tyre wall, and because she spun in an odd place, ended up headbutting the Armco, which did an awful lot of damage. Now, this looks as though there's going to be no restart to me. They are waving everybody through and not lining them up on the grid. So that, I'm afraid, is it. Race is not going to restart. So the win will go to Luke Pinder. The results will go back a lap, and Luke had been in the lead for more than a lap, I think, hadn't he? So Luke Pinder should get the race victory. What I can't remember is whether Zach Lucas had been ahead of Spencer Stevenson for a lap. I think he had. So I think it should be Spencer third, Zach Lucas second. But again, we'll wait official confirmation on that. As the field winds its way through the shortcut. Now that is Bryony, so that is excellent news. Bryony Davis is okay. She's got a smile on her face. She'll be a bit sore, I'm sure. She'll be taken to the medical centre for a checkup. Paramedics were there immediately. I have to say, the second those cars started spinning, they sprang into action. The ambulance that was in attendance has been parked just up this access road, which is literally right next to the commentary box, and the second those cars started to spin, they mobilised and they prepared to head out onto the circuit, and as soon as it was clear to do so, out they went. They were on the scene in seconds, checking that Bryony was okay, and she was, thank goodness for that. So never pleasant to see cars hitting unprotected Armco barriers, and I'm sure that Cadwell Park will learn from that now, and they will realise that actually it is possible for a car to hit that particular wall, and maybe it should be protected by at least some tyres. That incident, unfortunately, will end our Ford Fiesta Championship action, but that is not the last we will see at the Blue Oval, because the ETSL STXR Challenge, which is a bit of a mouthful, is the next race on track, and that's for the similar Fiesta STs that we see racing in the ST150 class of the Fiesta Championship itself, but also those older style XR Challenge cars as well. They had a really good race earlier on today. And an even better one actually yesterday. Yesterday's race for the STXR Challenge was an absolute thriller, so looking forward to that. Those cars will be out on circuit momentarily, and the drivers all watching on as the recovery process is completed over at the Hall Bends, which is the part of the circuit closest to the assembly area, where the drivers are waiting for their next race to start. So the STXR Challenge race is going to be... Oh, there's Davis's car, and that's the fluid being mopped up. No reversed grid this time for the STXR Challenge, by the way, so it will be the quickest drivers at the front of the field. The amount of fluid that must have gone down. I'm intrigued to know what it was, though, because, like I say, it didn't look like an engine failure as such, given the smoke was coming out of the wheel hub. I'm none the wiser. Whatever it wasn't very grippy, because as soon as the next group of cars arrived, they arrived backwards. And Davis was not the only one that spun. Every single car behind Ethan Rogers went off. It's just she was the unlucky one that made contact with something. But you can see there, it's right on the racing line, because Ethan had no warning. It happened so quickly coming up over the top of the mountain. He was continuing merrily on his way on the racing line. He himself spun on his own fluid. And unfortunately behind there was complete and utter carnage. So it must have been brake fluid, I guess, but an awful lot of it. So anyway, whatever it was, it's now being soaked up by cement dust. This circuit is now going to be more cement dust than tarmac at this stage, because we already had cement dust down from an earlier race around most of the track, and now the whole Hall Bends section is going to be covered. I don't know where Rogers' car ended up. It was somewhere around the Hall Bends, wasn't it? I'm not sure how far along he ended up being parked, but it means there might well be fluid right the way through that sequence of corners. This is going to take a few minutes to sort out, I'm afraid. So, whilst we have a pause in the action here, chance again to give our thanks to the marshals, who are all being kept extremely busy this weekend with clearing up the mess from the various incidents that we've had throughout the day. But the volunteer marshals very much in our thoughts at the moment after the tragic events at Brands Hatch a few weeks ago, and it's great to see, actually, chatting to a couple of the marshals here this weekend. Their enthusiasm hasn't been dimmed. You know, they know the risks, I guess, when they come and work here. They should never have to face them, but they are still just as passionate, just as excited to be here, and still do just as professional a job to keep the event moving. and it is fantastic to have their continued support here. So we thank all of Marshall, all of the race officials as well that are here helping keep the event moving. Down in the assembly area though, I believe we are potentially going to be able to have a word now from Scott Woodwiss, who's got the ETSL SDXR Challenge drivers assembled around him. But Scott, the main news that we can bring you after that scary incident is that everyone involved seems to be okay. Not a nice place for things like that to happen, was it?
No, definitely not. And you can understand the situation where the marshals didn't really have that much time to react because it all happened so quickly. I've just been told by yours and my commentator friend Dave Goddard, who was actually watching up at the mountain, that it was a blown engine for Ethan Rogers. That's the reason why we had the fluid all coming down onto the circuit. And of course, everything happened in such a fast sequence of events, several cars spinning, and then we had Bryony unfortunately into the wall. But as we've alluded to, she appears to be okay. She'll obviously go to the medical centre to be checked over by the chief medical officer, purely as a precaution in any incident, just to make sure that she is absolutely A-OK as declared fit by the doctor who's on site. Well, let's get to more positive things in terms of the fact we've got more Fiestas, and particularly the ETSL SDXR Challenge is getting set to get underway. Now, like race 1, the STs will start in front, and then the XRs will start some 20 seconds back. And it was this man who managed to finally give himself a race victory, which I think personally has been Lee Barron. Long time coming this season, because you've come very close, but I think you finally managed to get one.
Yeah, you did right there, Scott. It's I think it's took years to come, never mind just this season. It's been a hard-fought battle, but I think, you know, like we said previously, there's some talented lads out here this year. So, no, I'm really pleased with that. If I can make it another one now, hat-trick, I'll be absolutely made up.
So not only are you up to grips with this car now, you're really in the fight for the class and overall championship now. So you're really putting yourself in there as a key player at this point.
Yeah, like I say, if we can get another good finish now, well, a win would be nice. But I think then hopefully we'll go away from this leading the championship. But Mike Blackburn and Chris Jones are both really good at Alton, so I think I'll be hard pushed to beat them around there, but I'll be giving it a go.
Donington could be literally the decider. You could have your own, never mind British GTs, STXRs could have their own Donington decider in November.
Yeah, you're right there. I think I do think it'll come down to the wire. I really do, because it's really nip and tuck, isn't it? There's that many good, you know, not discounting Sam Beckett out there, and now Mike Heath's got to grips with his car. It's it's going to be hard fought, really hard fought. It will go up the wire.
Just get your elbows out, you'll be fine.
Yeah, well, I'm not little, so I'll give it a go.
Good man. Well, listen, best of luck. Well done for the win earlier on, and we'll see you hopefully at the end of race 3 with hopefully another win.
All right. Cheers, Scott. Thank you.
Good stuff. Next on the group, we've got Michael Heath, who, of course, is a former champion in these as well, so he knows what it takes to do so. Might have a quick chat with Michael, actually, very quickly. Michael, good to see you. I know, obviously, at the beginning of the season, said you kind of prefer your XR to the STs, but you seem to have gotten the grooves of them now, and second place is decent results, so you're getting there.
Yeah, slowly, catty monkey, I think. Had a lot of mechanical issues and had no confidence in the car. That was the biggest thing with it, and I think we managed to sort them out this weekend for qualifying, and then all of a sudden the confidence has come back from like we were racing in the XR. So yeah, no, looking forward to it. It's going to be very tough. Lee's quick in front, and we've got some very quick lads behind me, so it's going to be hard work, but enjoyable, I'm sure it is.
Also, one thing I liked about your car at the start of the season, which I'm actually sad they're missing, I love the sapphire wheels that you had on this car. So you need to bring them back, because they were fantastic looking on this car.
Yeah, they're in the trailer. Lee borrowed them at Snetterton, and everybody loves them, so it's great fun. Yeah, old school, aren't we? We're getting old, so go and enjoy yourselves, and that's the main thing, isn't it? Right. So, but we're good. Looking forward to this. Great.
Right, okay, we'll let you go now. Good stuff.
Thank you very much.
So, cars now heading out onto the grid, so rather than hold Michael and Co up, let's hand you back over to Andy to take you through the grid for this final STXR race of the weekend. I think with Barron on pole, willing to get his elbows out, and Heath at the front rank giving a confidence to the likes of Chris Jones and Michael Blackman also making up pace from their mistakes earlier on. This could be possibly the best race of the weekend, maybe even the season, but who knows? We'll have to wait and see.
Well, we'll find out very shortly. It's going to be lively. Of that, I'm fairly sure. One of the reasons it's going to be lively is that look at the amount of cement dust that's had to be put down through the entry to the Hall Bends after that incident in our Fiesta Senior race. That was a very scary incident, but it has left a lot of fluid on the track that has been soaked up, or is being soaked up by that cement dust, but visibility through there is going to be tricky on that first lap, and it's right on the racing line as well, so expect a few of them to maybe back off a little bit as they go into that sequence of corners on lap number 1. This is then the third race of the weekend for the ETSL STXR Challenge. The first race yesterday was won by Lee Barron, the second one by Simon Robinson, that one earlier on today where they started the XR Challenge cars ahead of the STs on the grid, and no one could catch Robinson. He finished 7.7 seconds ahead of Alex Corsa, who was second in the XR Challenge, and Lee Barron came through to finish on the podium overall, having started some way behind those XRs. The grid for this one is the result of that race, but in class order. So again, the STs are back ahead of the XRs now then. So it is Lee Barron on pole, looking to try and get all 3 victories within his class this weekend. He's got Michael Heath, though, former champion, alongside, and both of them well and truly up for the fight. Chris Jones and Michael Blackburn share row 2. Mark Robinson and Gareth Pilling on the 3rd row, with Mark Blunt and Sam Beckett row 4. 5th row of the grid then for Jordan Shorrock and Ryan Bowram, with Alec Townley and Simon Ricketts next. Paul Bratell and Ron Lufstad, with Chris Grimes on the 8th row on his own. Then we miss a row and we have a 20-second delay before the XR Challenge cars will be released. They will be headed by double winner so far Simon Robinson alongside Alex Corsa, then Paul Green and Anton Martin, with Jason Hennifer at the back of the grid.
All right, well, we do. I think we've lost Paul.
So that is how they line up then ahead of this third and final ST XR Challenge race of the weekend.
So yes, that's good to see.
And this will be an interesting prospect here, as Scott was saying, with Lee Barron and Michael Heath. They've had so many battles over the years in their XRs. It's great to see Michael getting more and more on the pace now for this sort of second half of the season, getting used to that ST, and that second place finish, whilst not his first podium of the season, was certainly a step in the right direction after a difficult couple of races. And now he starts on that front row with Barron ready to put on a show for us, I think. Another one worth watching for is that silver, black and yellow car just weaving its way through with Sam Beckett. That car was running well in the earlier race, wasn't it, but then had a spin, I seem to recall, but Beckett finished the first race 2nd place, so that spin sent him down to 11th position after the incident that he had. And then in the XRs we've got Simon Robinson there, the red XR2, who is a double winner within his class, won overall in the race earlier on this morning. Weather-wise, we've escaped the rain so far, haven't we? It's dry still, fairly mild. The breeze seems to have died down quite a bit, which is nice. It was getting a bit blowy earlier on, but the track has been dry throughout, and we are hoping that will stay the case for these final few races of the weekend. A brilliant weekend of live stream action here at Cadwell Park. If you've enjoyed it, lots more action that you can watch through the BRSCC's live streaming programme that's been very much extended for this season, with more and more events being shown live. Croft next weekend, for example, is being broadcast live. That's another Caterham and Fun Cup event. As far as these type of events with the Mazdas and the Fiestas and things like that, they are back at Donington Park on the 25th and 26th of September. That will be brought to you live. So too will the Formula Ford Festival on the 30th and 31st of October from Brands Hatch, the 50th anniversary year for the Formula Ford Festival. Expecting a big turnout, and really excited to be covering that event once more. Also in 2021, a very, very special race that falls under the guidance of the BRSCC is the Race of Remembrance on the 12th to the 14th of November up at Anglesey. That too will be live streamed at the end of the year. One of those sort of end of season events that have become such a special part of the British motorsport calendar now. That will be covered live at the end of the season. So head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, for more information on future live stream events, and even the ones that aren't being live streamed, are worth getting along to. If you can make your way to your local racetrack, then the chances are the BRSCC will be there at some point this season to put on a great weekend's racing. So do make sure you're supporting club level motorsport in the UK. We have probably the richest club level community of any country in the world, I would say, and the racing is brilliant. It's well supported with good healthy grids for the most part, and really friendly as well, the atmosphere in and around the circuit. And now that we're starting to allow spectators back into the paddock again, which is something that we haven't been able to do because of COVID regulations for the last 18 months or so, but slowly but surely we are getting back to normal, and people being allowed to get up close and personal with the cars, chat to the drivers, get pictures, and it's a really pleasant way of spending a weekend, especially if you want to see some top quality racing, which hopefully is exactly what we're about to see here, with Lee Bowron starting on the pole position then, and alongside him Michael Heath, who is not going to want to give away a chance at a victory here, is he, from Bowron alongside him. Michael Heath, I don't think has had a victory. No, he hasn't had a victory yet this season. So is this going to be the opportunity for him to get one? Let's find out then, as the red lights are about to go on. Then on the right-hand side of the road, Lee Bowron. On the left, the blue and yellow car is Michael Heath, and it's Heath that gets by far the better start. Not a good one at all for our double race winner, and Lee Bowron is going backwards. Into second position goes the 55 of Michael Blackburn, and that's Robinson trying to make it 3 wide there with Chris Jones and the slow starting Lee Bowron. So Bowron's going to be down to at least third, could be fourth by the time they get through the first couple of corners. Up through Coppice and Charlie's then. There you can see the field stretching its way through the right-handers. It is Heath that leads. It is Blackburn second, Jones third. So Bowron's down to fourth ahead of Robinson, and then Sam Beckett up into fifth position from 8th on the grid. So Beckett in the silver and yellow car having a really good start. Up the straight they go then towards Park Corner. Heath defends the inside line. He's getting a bit of a helping hand, is he, there, from the 55 of Blackburn. He started fourth, up 2 positions for him then from the start. And there at the back of the field is Ron Lufstad. The XR Challenge cars, of course, have also left the line. Their race getting underway cleanly, with Simon Robinson in the lead. Michael Heath is very wide at the gooseneck. He's too wide. That's going to lose him the lead. Blackburn is up the inside, and he will go ahead as they go through the gooseneck. There go the XRs through Park Corner. 1 or 2 of them getting a bit sideways. That was Anton Martin, I think, in the number 6 car, a little bit wayward. But Michael Heath has lost the race lead then to the number 55 car of Michael Blackburn. Started the previous race from the very back of the grid, did Blackburn, carved his way through the order, started fourth for this one, and now they're onto that cement dust then, through the Hall bends. Is anyone going to get caught out by this? Ryan Bowron a bit sideways, but they're all okay actually. The cement dust has done its job, soaked up the fluid, and oh my word, that's Lee Bowron into the side of Chris Jones, and he is off and surely out, Lee Bowron. He's going to select reverse gear and carry on. Got that badly wrong. I wonder if that was the cement dust that caught him out. He's got broken steering now, I think, hasn't he? That wheel should not be pointing in that direction. And so Lee Bowron, after winning both of the races so far, is out of this one. And he's going to have to pull that over. He could do more damage to it otherwise. So Bowron out. Through go the XRs there. Robinson it was ahead of Alex Causer. I caught a glimpse of that. But Lee Bowron then is not going to be winning this one. Could it be Michael Blackburn's turn to get a race victory then? Blackburn has had 3 victories so far this year within his class, and looking for a 4th one here to really help his championship cause. Of course, he arrived here tied for the championship lead with Chris Jones, who is in 5th position now because Sam Beckett's gone past him. In fact, Jones dropped back even further. There is Jones. No, that's still not him. That's Alec Townley in the number 4, being overtaken by the number 3 of Mark Blunt. So where did the 27 of Chris Jones end up then? There he is, look behind Sam Beckett with the damage to the rear. So he was the one that was sort of accosted by Lee Bowron there. XRs make their way through Park Corner. And Causer looking to try and close in if he can on the leader, but going to be easy to do. Up through the mountain section we go then for the second time. The lead then being held by Blackburn. Michael Heath is second, but falling back now towards 3rd place Robinson. So through the cement dust they go. Visibility as tricky as the grip levels, really. Yellow flags out to the hairpin because of Bowron's stricken car. They understeer their way through the hairpin using the curb to help the car turn. So here's the battle for second place then, with Michael Heath trying his best to keep Robinson behind him. Well, Robinson is a fierce competitor, so too is Sam Beckett there. Sam Beckett in fourth position is closing in on them with the fastest lap of the race, 147.897. As there goes the 67 car, that's Paul Green, third place within the XR Challenge. So out of Park Corner then. And, into another yellow flag zone, in fact into a safety car period we're going to go. So the safety car is going to be dispatched, not 100% sure why, because as far as I was aware, Lee Bowron's car was out of the way and he's the only one that we've lost, so not 100% sure why we've got a safety car, but whatever the reason, it's hopefully not going to be out for too long, because again this is only a 15-minute race, so the time that it takes to get this sorted will continue to eat into the full-on race time, which we don't really want. So this is going to punch everyone back together. Sam Beckett perhaps could be the one that benefits from all of this. Sam Beckett had set that fastest lap just before the safety car came out and had closed up on Heath and Robinson. Of course, it also helps Heath because he will get back on the tail of Blackburn, with whom he'd been fighting in the first part of the race as well. And then a mistake, lost the lead and was starting to slip back, but he's got a chance now to catch his breath and take stock of the situation. There's the XR Challenge top two. Alex Causer doing his best to keep Simon Robinson under pressure, but that's going to be tricky to do. I think Robinson's had a good chunk of time in hand all weekend over the rest of the XRs, and I don't think that's going to change in this third race. Of course, it does mean that Robinson catches the back of the ST field as well, and we know that he's got the potential pace to finish on the podium outright. So what progress could he make? He's currently in 14th overall. Depending on how long we get left in the race after this, he might be able to gain a few more positions. So that, as far as we know, is the reason for the safety car. Lee Bowron's car, he's pulled it sort of halfway behind the barriers, but it's not far enough out of harm's way for Clerk of the Course's liking, although in fairness there's not a huge amount of activity around it to try and get it out of the way. Or is that a recovery vehicle with its light flashing? I think it is, just behind the bush there, so they are going to try and tow it right out of the way. I guess there must be an access road down there. So field works its way through. Blackburn leading, Heath second, Robinson third, Beckett fourth, Chris Jones in fifth. Championship wise then, Chris Jones was really battling Lee Bowron and Mike Blackburn, wasn't he? Well, in race number one of the weekend, Bowron won and took some big points out of them, really, because Michael Blackburn was a non-finisher and Chris Jones could only manage fourth place. Then in race two, again, Lee Bowron managed to outscore them both, with Blackburn finishing sixth place, fourth in class. And in that race, it was the in fact, yeah, Chris Jones was fifth place as well, third in class, so Lee Bowron took a few more points out of them, but now that gets undone with this non-finish for Lee, who just seemed to get it wrong coming through the final part of the Hall Bends. I don't know whether it was a attempted move that went wrong or whether it was more the cement dust that caught him out, that and cold tyres perhaps making him miss his braking point into the hairpin, but whatever caused it, the effect was that he arrived at the hairpin way too quickly and had no choice but to throw it up the inside of Chris Jones and his championship rival, and sort of clatter into the side of him, but that has broken the steering, because he will have had some steering lock on at the time. If you make side-to-side contact and you've got the steering wheel straight, you're far less likely to damage the steering rack. But of course, if you're turning the wheel either way, then it exposes the suspension and the steering system, and makes it a lot easier to do some damage to it. That's the only damage that was done to Chris Jones's car, Windy Bob, as he's known for reasons I still don't quite understand, by the team. But the rear bumper loose on the right-hand side, that's where Barron hit him, and that's where the damage was done to Barron's car. A miracle, really, that Jones didn't spin or end up off in the barriers, because it was obviously a pretty big whack to break the steering on Barron's machine. So that was a fairly sizable, or potentially could have been a fairly sizable incident. Thankfully avoided too significant a collision. There you can see the red XR2 of Simon Robinson, and like I said, he's caught the back of the ST pack now, and depending on how many minutes of racing we get, we're not going racing this time clearly, so it's going to be another 2 or 3 minutes before we do get green flag racing underway. It will be interesting to see if Robinson can get past a few of these STs, but he's not going to have a lot of time to do that, unfortunately. Now so they're not going to tow the car out of the way, they're going to actually put it on the low loader. Now this should be done though. This should be done by the end of this late lap, I think, so hopefully that will mean we get maybe 2 laps of racing. We had a similar situation in one of the races earlier on today, I forget which it was now, where the field was sort of released with about 3.5 minutes to go after a lengthy safety car. That did at least give us a bit of a grandstand finish, which we'd like to see here. We were hoping this would be one of the races of the weekend. It still has the potential to be very memorable. Sadly, not for the right reasons at the moment, though, if you're Lee Barham. So, Michael Blackburn then, trying to turn his weekend around after a non-finish earlier on. Chris Jones of the championship contenders is the only one then that's not going to have had a non-finish at this rate. And there you can see Barron's car on the back of the truck. Now, the safety car is not yet in the final sector, so we should have time to get the truck out of the way before the decision has to be made to bring the safety car in, because of course that was the final couple of corners where Barron's car was stopped. So the safety car, they can pull it straight into the pit lane essentially and get it out of the way nice and quickly. So we should go racing this time with 2.5 minutes maybe left on the clock, which would be time for 2 laps if they get a move on. But if we have to have another lap behind the safety car, that will be it, because the safety car lap is about 3.25 minutes, and that's how long's left on the clock. But that's not going to be the issue, because the safety car lights are off. The runyourfleet.com safety car heading back to where it belongs, in the pit lane, and we will get racing back underway. There goes the safety car then over the cement dust through the Hall bends. And when will Michael Blackburn decide to hit the loud pedal? It looks like he's sort of gone already, actually, and it's split the pack a bit there in the midfield. He's got to be careful not to catch the safety car too soon, though. That's always tricky, especially through a blind final sector. He slowed it back down again, look, to make sure that doesn't happen. So through the hairpin towards Barn, safety car pulls in. There emerge the top 3. But it's really the man in 4th that I expected to be on his toes to make progress here, Sam Beckett, but he didn't have a great restart there. So we're back underway then, 2 minutes and 20 to go. We will get 2 more laps of racing underway then. 2 more laps completed, I should say, and it will be Blackburn, Heath and Robinson settle in at the front by the looks of it, unless Sam Beckett can really pull out a good first few corners on this lap to get back on their tail. Michael Heath, well up for the fight here, isn't he? Look, he's only a car length or so behind the leader as they come out of Charlie's. Head up through the Park Straight, Sam Beckett is having a good first half of the lap. Look, he's looking up the inside of Mark Robinson. So third place is the battle. The top 2 single file, but for third position, is Beckett going to go through and take that third place away? Yes, he has, but he goes wide at the apex, runs a bit too deep into the corner. Robinson's back up the inside at Chris Curve. Up over the curb, he refuses to back down, but Beckett goes ahead. So Sam Beckett into third. Now, can he go after the top 2? Through the gooseneck, down the hill they come, hopping and bobbling over those curbs there. A really, really brilliant sequence of corners to watch the cars negotiate. So it is Blackburn that leads the way, Heath in second. If Sam Beckett's going to get him, he's going to have to catch Heath pretty quickly. Weaving around in the background, meanwhile, that is Chris Jones under pressure from Ryan Bowron, who actually ends up losing a place potentially to Chris Grimes, who's had a really unlucky weekend so far. Ran into the back of someone at the start of the race earlier on today and broke the steering, and he's on the inside of Bowron now over that cement dust. And on the outside line, Bowron couldn't do much there to defend from that, so ahead goes Chris Grimes. And towards the hairpin they go then, ready to start the final lap of the race. It is Michael Blackburn who's going to lead, but by how much over Michael Heath? And more to the point, can Heath hang on to second? That might be the fight we need to watch for here, because Sam Beckett, with his lights on, is trying to ask some questions now of the multiple former XR Challenge champion. Through the first turn, bit of dirt being kicked up on the inside line there by 1 or 2 drivers. Michael Blackburn then looks like he's going to make his escape here, but for second place, that is still up for grabs. Although Beckett not as close as he'd like to be out of Charlie's there. So up the Park straight, he's not really getting much of a slipstream. He's not going to be close enough to try and get up the inside as he did to Mark Robinson a lap ago. So Heath might just be able to do this, although the gap really does come down under braking. Look, then you've got these 3 together. Chris Grimes, from the back of the grid, is already 6th, and he can see an opportunity here to move into the top 5, maybe more, because Robinson and Jones are right ahead of him. Jones's car, of course, possibly a little off pace after the whack it took earlier on from Lee Bowron. So Chris Grimes will want to try and get on with this. He goes up the inside towards Mansfield, 2 wheels on the grass. Can he stop the car? He's all 4 wheels on the grass. Is there going to be contact? Somehow he avoids him, and Ryan Bowron sees the opportunity and drives straight past the pair of them. That was out of control, though, from Chris Grimes, who now tries to fight back again and does fight back again on the inside at the mountain. So he gets the place, but that was very messy indeed. As meanwhile, Sam Beckett is trying to get up alongside Michael Heath. We're into the Hallbends for the final time. They're all a bit sideways on that cement dust as they start really pushing to the limits now on the last lap of the race. The win is going to go to Michael Blackburn, who will join him on the podium though, and in which order. It looks like Michael Heath is just going to hang on for another second place finish, what will be his second P2 of the weekend. Out of the last corner then, down towards the checkered flag, and the checkered flag goes to Michael Blackburn, who wins the race then. Second place for Michael Heath, just from Sam Beckett. Third, Mark Robinson in 4th position. 5th place for Chris Grimes. 6th for Ryan Bowron, after a really fighting last lap there. 7th for Chris Jones. He'll be disappointed about that. The car must have been hurt after the damage and the contact that he had with Ryan Bowron. Then it's Pilling, Blunt and Townley. Now Robinson in the XRs, in the end, didn't really make any progress. Stayed in 13th place with Alex Cors behind him and Paul Green 3rd. So they didn't have the time in the end over those last 2 races to pass any of the STs. It's tough for them to overtake the STs, because even if they're quicker over a lap, they're not as quick in a straight line. And of course, most overtaking opportunities come at the end of a straight, especially here at Cadwell, that long Park straight. So there is Simon Robinson, then wins the XR Challenge, and he'll be satisfied, I think, with the points that he's taking away from this weekend, and more than the points really, just happy to be winning races, winning trophies. So Michael Blackburn then gets the victory in the ETSL STXR Challenge, and we look forward now to our final Mazda MX-5 action. It is the Mazda MX-5 Championship then, their 3rd and final race. Again, a partially reversed grid race then. The cars are in the assembly area, and we are, I think, able to head down there now to get a little bit of build-up for our final MX-5 action of the day.
Yeah, we are indeed, and that man right there, Oliver Allwood, is going to go for his 3rd win out of 3 races. I think we'll try and dive in and see what he's thinking about it. So So you've done the double. You got to go for the triple now. How are you feeling?
That's the plan, yeah. Well, I'm in the prime spot for it, so yeah, we're going to give it a go. Jack's super fast in race 2, so it could be a real challenge, but hey, I've done it twice, so just give it another go.
I was going to say, your only hiccup might just be the man that starts beside you.
Yeah, I'm going to have to get off the line fast.
Good stuff. I'm sure you can manage it, so I've got faith in you, at least. I'm sure many people watching have, so best of luck, and we'll see what happens.
Cool, cheers, Scott.
Good stuff. Now, as always, we need to leave Jack Brewer alone because he likes to be focused, so we'll politely leave Jack as he's getting ready. Fraser Phoenix over there in third place, getting himself psyched up for P3. Steve Foden, who's had a decent weekend so far. Brian Trott's there in 5th position. He rounds out the top 5. I think I might have a chat possibly with 6th place man Ollie Graham, because he's had a decent weekend moving up through the order. Let's have a quick chat if we can. Ollie, good to see you. You made some decent progress this weekend, starting 6th, and good to see you back up towards the sharp end for this final race.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have the quality we wanted. Race 1 didn't. We didn't really know what to expect, but we just got a really good start in that last race and sort of managed to pick them off. Yeah, it'd be nice to get a top 5 in this last race.
Because you've had a really nice breakout. Yeah, you've been battling hard, particularly with your teammate Seb, and you've had some really good results, particularly Anglesey was a really good weekend for you, so you've really made a step up in pace this year.
Yeah, I think we've just been keeping it consistent. We haven't, touch wood, had a very bad weekend yet or had any bad luck, so hopefully we can keep it like that for the rest of the year.
Fingers crossed. Well, hopefully this one works out for you, and we'll see you get off for P6.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good stuff. Right, so the whistle means we need to get out of the way, and it's time for me to hand back up to Andy. Hopefully this should be a nice, exciting way to end off what's been an incredible combined 5 races of Mark 1 action. We had the 2 club races yesterday, and of course we've got the 3 main races here yesterday and today. So let's see, Andy McEwen, if Ollie Allwood can do the triple, if Jack Brewer might just scupper those plans. Should be interesting.
So the Mazda MX-5s then heading out onto the circuit for the final time this weekend. We've got 2 more races to go here from Cadwell Park. This, the final MX-5 race, but then we also have the Track Attack Club race coming up right at the end of the day, which had an entertaining first race battle, didn't it? We're looking forward to more of that again. So the MX-5s then out on track. I said earlier on it was a partially reversed grid race. It's not actually. They do things slightly differently to the MX-5 Super Cup that we saw out earlier on, who do reverse the some cars within the top 10 to form the race 3 grid. The race 3 grid then is as follows. It is the result from race 2, and it's Ollie Allwood who has got the pole position. Alongside him, Jack Brewer, the championship leader. Then you've got Fraser Fennick and Steve Foden, row 2. Brian Trott and Ollie Graham make up the 3rd row of the grid. And then row number 4 for Jason Greatrex and Zach Oates. 5th row for Luke Pullen and Matt Pollard. 6th, Seb Fisher and Callum Greatrex. 7th row for Michael Green and Owen Mills. 8th position for Kevin Dengate, 8th row I should say, for Kevin Dengate and Cian Donaldson. And then the 9th row of the grid is where we will find Oak Richardson and Adam Craig. Christopher Ginn and Richard Wotton round out the top 20, ahead of Bo Parry, Bryn Griffiths, Graham Rumsey and Michael Pearce. And then towards the very back, Ollie Walden and Richard Bartlett, Jordan Pimley and Brad Jones, with Tim Dorr at the back in the number 37 car. So just right on cue. Cars accelerate away on their green flag lap. So far this weekend, 2 wins for Ollie Allwood, a 2nd place for Jack Brewer in the most recent race, but of course he struggled to, by his standards, a fairly disappointing 4th place in race number 1. So that means the championship situation has just tightened up a little bit, but again, drop scores yet to really be factored in to this championship, with still fairly long way to go. 6 races after this one, 2 events, one at Donington, one at Brands Hatch, and we'll be able to follow all of that action live because the first of those events is the next of our live stream events at Donington Park, and then Brands Hatch. That is the Formula Ford Festival for the second year in a row. The Mazda MX-5 Championships forming the bulk of the support action for that Brands Hatch single-seater festival. So, sun shining once again here at Cadwell Park then. A slightly different circuit for the drivers to contend with, though, than they had earlier on, what with all of this cement dust down at the Hall Bends, but I'm sure we'll be in for another good race here with Allwood and Brewer at the front. Brewer, remember, was the fastest car in the previous race, really. He was catching the leader in the closing stages, but just couldn't quite get there in time. Ended up falling short by just 3.5 tenths. If you combine the winning margins from the two MX-5 Championship races so far this weekend, you don't even get to 3/4 of a second. Yesterday's race won by 0.399. This morning's race won by 0.341 seconds. Ollie Allwood the winner both times, yesterday over Fraser Fenwick and today over Jack Brewer. But Fenwick's had a good weekend as well, backing up his podium from last time at Snetterton with another 2 podium finishes this weekend. Second yesterday, third earlier on today, adding that to his win that he had at Silverstone, and another podium from Croft at the first meeting of the year. Had 5 different winners so far this season. Jack Brewer doing most of the winning, but hasn't won since the second race at Snetterton last time. So he's on a 3-race winless streak. The longest he's gone all season without winning is 3 races. Did it at Silverstone when he had a real nightmare weekend, did Jack Brewer. And those 3 races became his dropped scores. Incidentally, once those drop scores are taken into account, it looks as though it's going to be what's the gap now? 14 points, the difference between Brewer and Allwood in the championship, and then Allwood 11 ahead of Brian Trott as it stands. So that's the top 3 in the standings. Brian Trott had a bit of a difficult second race, ended up 5th place, just didn't really seem to have the pace through the second half of the 20-minute encounter. Will he be able to improve this time? Well, it's almost time to find out. Brian Trott is the white car with the orange and purple stripe up the middle with the green highlights. 3rd row of the grid, but on the front row, Ollie Allwood, the white and blue car. Jack Brewer, the yellow, red and blue. And Brewer on the left is the one with the championship lead. 5-second board is held aloft then. The red lights down the side of the starting gantry will go on, and we will almost be good to go racing then. Rev start to rise, lights out. Good start made by Brewer by the looks of it there, but Allwood is away pretty evenly to him. Good start made by Jason Greatrex too. The white and red car looks storming through. Jason Greatrex from 7th on the grid, could be into the top 4 by the time they reach turn number 1. Through the left-hander they go. Tim Dorr there making some progress. The yellow and green car at the back. There's a bit of contact. 1 or 2 end up on the grass. Let's hope they all gathered that together. It's Brewer with the lead, look though. Allwood out wide, and Steve Foden goes up the inside of him now through the second part of Charlie. So it's Brewer that's got the advantage, and he will now look to try and make his escape whilst they trip over each other behind. Jason Greatrex is in 4th place. He's pushing Steve Foden up the hill, and Brian Trott trying to go with him as well. Over the crest they go towards the braking zone. Brewer with the lead, side by side for second. Allwood's going to have to really get his elbows out here to try and avoid being freight trained. He's on that outside line as they go through the right-hander. Kevin Dengate there, the red 178 car, has got the number 7 of Chris Richardson for company. Bring Griffiths wide, but keeps it on the island just. So how did that one all settle? Well, it settled with Foden second, Allwood down to 3rd, couple of them running wide there. Seb Fisher, another one sideways just behind was the 222 of Michael Green. But it's Brewer from Foden, from Allwood from Trott, the top 4 cars. Fraser Fenwick down to 5th, so he'll be a bit disappointed having started 3rd. There's the usual rally crossing going on out of Mansfield at the back of the pack. One car really falling towards the tail of the field. I'm not sure who that was. It could actually have been Kevin Dengate again. Now they're onto this cement dust then, turning through the Hall Bends, where they carry so much speed in these Mark 1 MX-5s. Side by side isn't likely to work. And then on the cement dust down to the hairpin, it gets a bit sketchy as well, with the top 2 getting very, very sideways there. So it was Dengate going wide, and I thought he'd slowed, so Kevin Dengate's out of the race then, and pulling into the paddock area. And towards Coppice Corner we go, across the line then. There is Callum Greatrex. So Jason Greatrex looked as though he was going to be 4th at the end of the first lap. He dropped down to 6th, so something went wrong for him up through the top end of the track. Ooh, look at those black clouds over in the distance. That looks a bit ominous. Just through the trees you can see the clouds on their way. Is that the direction the wind's blowing from? I think it is, isn't it? It's going to be a bit of a concern going into the last race later on. Up the hill we go then. Lap number 2. Jack Brewer with the advantage, and Allwood for second place round the outside of Steve Foden. He's got him, so Allwood moves into P2. Further back, number 24 is Ollie Graham, losing out to Zach Oates, or trying to actually get past Zach Oates, but didn't do it. Matt Pollard and Callum Greatrex battling. Likewise, Greatrex trying to defend the position. So, interestingly then, Brewer is not escaping at the front, is he? Foden has caught right back up. Foden was 6/10 back at the start-finish line. That ain't 6/10 anymore. Of course, it's not even Foden in second anymore, is it? It's Allwood in second. Safety car. Safety car's coming out. Why is the question? Because Kevin Dengate's car is out of the way. And I wasn't aware that we'd lost anyone else on the first lap. So the safety car comes out then. There is the runyourfleet.com safety car. Do we know the reason then for the safety car intervention? There could be some debris on the road. Fluid maybe. Whatever happened to Kevin Dengate's car, I wonder if maybe he's had an engine issue and it's dropped fluid at Mansfield, although I didn't see anyone getting unduly out of shape down there. So, across the line they come then. Safety car picks up Jack Brewer. And let's see, there will maybe be someone that doesn't come through this there we go. That'll be the reason then. So that's number 87 off. Ollie Walden, that's Charlie's, is it? I think that's part way around Charlie's. Ollie is out of the car, you can see he's stood there with his helmet under his arm, and yeah, I think that is through the second corner, isn't it? So he has gone off, started 25th, did Walden. He was running in 27th at the time, and he is now not running anymore, but he's got a smile on his face still, waving at the crowd. That's a big hit, and it's strange that it's the right-hand side of the car that's hit the wall, and it's a left-hander. You would expect it usually, if you run wide there, the left-hand side of the car reaches the wall first, but that's not the case there. Whatever it is, it's done a lot of damage, and that is a corner that doesn't have those Recticel barriers, and you can see the difference. We've had cars hitting the Recticel, Deacon Fairclough, for example, in that Fiesta Junior race this morning, hit the Recticel barriers very hard, did next to no damage to the car, and yet an incident there of what you would imagine is a fairly similar force has wrecked the front right corner of the Mazda MX-5. So there is a strong argument, isn't there, for putting those Recticel barriers everywhere. However, they cost money. That's the problem. But they certainly save an awful lot when cars make contact with them. So Jack Brewer then leads the race. Ollie Allwood in second, Foden in third, Brian Trott fourth. Championship points then, as it stands, Brewer would get 101 points because he's got the lead and he's got the fastest lap, so obviously extends his championship advantage. Second place is Ollie Allwood, so he would get the 98. Not quite the maximum score for him then if he stays where he is, but there is time still for him to get past Brewer. There is the Ollie Walden car preparing to be recovered. It's going to take a couple of laps that though, isn't it? The 96 at the moment will go to Steve Foden. He's had a really good weekend, but not actually yet made it onto the podium. He's had podium potential in all three races so far. Seb Fisher, of those that's doing well in the championship, is the one that's a little bit out of position right now, down in 8th place. Seb got muscled out midway through the previous race, didn't he? So didn't score as many points there as he would have expected to. As it stands then, it would be 16 points. No, 17, right the first time. The Brewers' advantage over Allwood would be, and Allwood would then be 15 ahead of Brian Trott in third. And they would continue to pull away from Steve Foden, at least Brewer and Allwood would. This is a point I was making, I think, during the Super Cup race earlier on, that because it's only 2-point increments between each position, 100 points for a win, 98 for second, 96 for third, all the way down the order. If you find yourself 20 points off the championship lead. In most other categories, that wouldn't be much, but 20 points here is a lot, because that's 10 positions on the track, and then when drop scores come into play as well, it can be very difficult to overcome that sort of deficit. Ollie Walden, though, not thinking about points right now. He's thinking about cash, how much cash it's going to cost to fix the 87 car, which has been into the tyre barrier. As you can see, it's just one row of tyres and then an earth bank, which isn't going to absorb the impact terribly well, and will mean that it's a very, very sudden stop and a pretty big impact that gets made. And you can see the car has stopped fairly suddenly, because it never bounced away from the barriers at all, did it? It was it's sort of stuck at 90 degrees to the barrier that it hit. So 11 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. We're not quite halfway yet, so there's still time for a good number of racing laps, but that car's just not moved anywhere yet, has it? That's the problem. This is really taking some time. Shame then for this race to be affected by the safety cars, but good to see so many of you have been enjoying the racing today at Cadwell Park. No rain to stop play here at Cadwell, like certain other race events that are taking place right now. Yet, anyway, no rain yet. Let's hope we can get this last race and a half in before those black clouds appear. It has got a little bit cooler over the last 10-20 minutes here. Let's hope that's not a sign that the heavens are about to open. And when we've not had safety cars, the racing's been brilliant, actually. Given the fact that this is supposed to be a circuit that you can't overtake at, we've had plenty of overtaking, some really close finishes, a little bit of controversy, and some championship battles that have continued to keep us guessing throughout this weekend, as for most of these series we're moving into the final couple of events now. So scoring those all-important points is pivotal for those that are trying to challenge for championships, the likes of Jack Brewer and Ollie Allwood, for example, in the Mazda MX-5 championship. They both, though, would love to get the race back underway. Even Jack Brewer, who, you know, as things stand, isn't really having to do a lot of work to win this race, but I think he would rather have the chance to actually race Ollie Allwood rather than get towed around by the safety car here. We are into the second half of the race then. Just under 10 minutes to go. At least one more lap of safety car. And hopefully get a little bit more racing for too much longer. We'll see now as they come through Charlie's what the situation is at Atwell. So they've got that's interesting then. They're not going to put it on a flatbed, which surprises me. Surely they can't tow that car with the front wheel at that angle. They're going to try it though. It is the quicker way of getting the car out of the way, I guess. But you can see the risk here that wheel's going to drag on the ground, and it could potentially do more damage to the suspension components that have already been broken in the impact. The car also doesn't seem to want to go straight. In fact, it's going in the exact opposite direction to the direction in which it's being pulled, because the steering's broken. So I hate to say it, but that was never going to work, was it? It was always going to have to go on a flatbed, this, and now unfortunately this is probably going to delay things even more. The steering appears to be stuck at that angle. I don't think that they can straighten it out because it's been broken in the impact, but that means that it's going to keep steering away from where they want it to go. Okay. So maybe not getting back to racing this time. And we are unfortunately now going to be looking at maybe a 5-minute sprint. This is one of those situations where if we had the time to do it, it would have made sense to red flag it. And to be fair, we did have the time to do that. I don't know if that's still an option maybe, but it's often race control, when they realise that the safety car is going to be out for a good portion of the race. They'll simply stop the race instead and allow the recovery to go on under red flag conditions, then restart it over maybe a half race distance or something. Whereas this way we're going to lose a lot more racing time. It's 5:45 here. We've got one more 15-minute race to go after this, and as long as we're done by 6:30, then that's fine. We won't be breaking any curfew rules. No sign of anything like that for the time being. Okay, so now they've attached the rope to the front of the car, but it's still steering away because the steering is broken. This is what I don't understand. They've given up on it now, but surely they can't just leave it there because it's in just as dangerous position now as it was when it had its accident. So, okay, they've repaired the tyre barrier, they've moved it a few feet further up the corner, but that's still a dangerous position. So, I mean, I'm all for getting the race restarted again, but I would much rather we got the car completely out of the way before we did that. 6.5 minutes to go. Hope you're enjoying this, everybody. 3 minutes the lap times under the safety car, so we can do one more safety car lap. If we have to do 2, I don't think we're going to get much racing in. We might get a lap. But if it doesn't come in this time, it's going to be a very, very truncated final Astro MX-5 Championship race of the day, which is not what the drivers want, not what the spectators here want, not what you lot at home want. We want to see some racing. Lights then still on the runyourfleet.com safety car. It won't go out yet anyway. The lights would go out somewhere around the mountain on the lap in which it's going to bail for the pits. Hopefully this time, but wouldn't hold your breath. For Jack Brewer, if it doesn't come in this time, this could be a very, very easy 9th win of the year. Won all 3 races at Croft, won 2 at Anglesey, 2 at Snetterton, and if he does pull this one off, which he looks increasingly likely to do, whether we go racing or not now, because Allwood's only going to have a lap or so, isn't he, to pass him. And it could be a second victory here at Cadwell as well, to just put him that little bit further out of reach in the championship. Right, moment of truth time then. Lights are out, so we are going to go racing this time. I hope they've moved that car out of the way, and we will then get a couple of laps now, then maybe 3 actually, because a racing lap is about 1.25 minutes quicker than a safety car lap. So the field bunching up then behind Jack Brewer. Ollie Allwood is really going to want to try and get this victory, isn't he? They've both had a win apiece this weekend. They've both had a second place apiece. The only thing to split them is the fact that Jack Brewer got the fastest lap in race 1 when he finished second, so he scored 1 point more than Allwood this weekend. This race will decide then who comes out of Cadwell Park with the most points. Out of the hairpin they go. Brewer steps on the accelerator. We get the race back underway then here at Cadwell, and Jack Brewer with a 1 second cushion a lap ago. That will be reduced now that they're back up to speed. 4 minutes on the clock, so we should get 3 laps in then here, hopefully. Just about. Across the line they go. Big gap there just in front of Fraser Fenwick, so that's not going to help his chances of getting a 3rd podium on the bounce. 4th podium on the bounce, actually, if you go back as far as Snetterton last time. Through the first corner they go, top 3 with that gap over Brian Trott, then an even bigger gap back to Fraser Fenwick behind. But Steve Foden may be the man most likely to challenge here. They're both getting a run on Brewer though. They're all going to arrive at Park Corner together. Allwood doesn't want to go to the outside because that's where Foden goes. Foden tries to send it around the outside of both of them. Maybe he's going to be level with second. Surely can't challenge for the lead as well. No, he can't. And in the end they stay as they were, but that was clever driving that from Ollie Allwood. He had enough of a run on Brewer there that he could have pulled out of the slipstream, but he would have had to go to the outside, leaving the door wide open for Foden on the inside, and Steve would have been straight through into second place. As it is, they stay as they are. That immediately though brings Brian Trott and Fraser Fenwick back into play, so once again a 5-way fight for the race lead. 20-wheeled Mazda MX-5 winds its way through the countryside towards the mountain. Brian Trott, middle of the road, on his Teammate Fraser Fenwick behind him, a couple of teammates ahead of him as well. Steve Foden, the interloper, really, isn't he? All of these AB Motorsport cars. Push their way through the Hall bends then. Look at the amount of curve they use on the inside of both the right and the left. And then they continue to do that right the way through. There is another right-left flick that we can't quite see from either of those angles before they then arrive at the hairpin. Which is why it's so difficult to get through that hairpin. Oops, as Adam Craig demonstrates. Goes rally crossing. Gets back on the road. See how much less dust there is kicked up there. It's a bit damp still there where the trees are covering the track. So 2.25 minutes to go. This will be the penultimate lap of the race then. 5 of them covered by 1.5 seconds at the start of the penultimate lap. And it's Jack Brewer that's leading the way, but it's Jack Brewer that is punching that hole in the air up this park straight. And as the wind is picking up again a bit, that will be further exaggerating the effect of the slipstream. Now, again, Allwood is close. He has no choice but to go to the outside this time. Is this going to cost him a second place? He's got to be so careful here. It's a challenge for the lead. Gets his nose ahead, but Brewer is late on the brakes. He gets into the corner first. Runs a bit wide though. Allwood back up the inside line. Ollie Allwood side by side into Chris Curve. Is going to try and get the lead away. It looks like he might just do it. No, they're still wheel to wheel. Now, you're going to have to sort this out before you get into the gooseneck. You cannot run side by side through this next couple of corners. Allwood has done it. Brilliant racing. And Brian Trott is through into third ahead of Steve Foden. Fenwick up the inside of Foden as well. Greatrex is there, so is Pullen. They're all together. We've got about 8 of them now, absolutely on top of each other with a lap and a half to go. But it's Ollie Allwood that gets the advantage then. Down to second place for Jack Brewer. Trott into third. Foden fourth. Fenwick and Jason Greatrex side by side for fifth. Fenwick runs wide, gets into Greatrex, who is all over the grass. He rejoins behind Seb Fisher and alongside the 145 of Zach Oates, who tries to go around the outside into the Hall bends. That is supremely brave. He's on the grass though. He's off the road. Zach Oates onto the grass on the other side of the track. Did he hit the barriers? Did he get going? Oh, couldn't quite see. One of them was there. That was Luke Pullen, but there was another white and purple AB Motorsport car that is there. Thank goodness for that. He's dropped behind that group, but that could have ended in a sizable shunt. So you can tell it's the last race of the day, and they've been starved of racing in this one. They're all eager to make these final 3 laps of racing count. On to the last lap we go then. Allwood 3/4 of a second ahead of Jack Brewer. Brian Trott out of nowhere is third now. Steve Foden's the one you feel a bit sorry for here. Not only down to fourth, but some way adrift of the top 3 now. Fenwick fifth, 6th for Pullen, 7th Fisher, Zach Oates crossed the line 8th, and out of breath I'd imagine. Then it's the 2 Greatrexes, Jason ahead of Callum. Jason lost 3 places out of all of that. He was right in that fight for 4th place halfway round the lap, and then ended up an awful lot further back. 3 Park then. Brewer trying to defend his second place from Brian Trott, who's in the back of him as they go into Chris Curve. And around towards that really difficult section at the gooseneck. There it is, look. Allwood, Brewer, Trott, Foden, Fenwick. Same order though, no challenge this time down to Mansfield Corner. So Fenwick then got away with that as well, didn't he, in the purple car, 5th place, because he was under a lot of pressure, ran a bit wide into the mountain, took Greatrex with him, and now he looks to go up the inside of Foden, who says not on your life. Turns across to the inside and hold on to 4th place, but then he's slow off the exit on the inside, attempts to go Fenwick, ends up getting squeezed onto the grass. That was fairly robust defending, but Fenwick is still going to have another chance here into the hairpin for the final time, and contact further back. That's Oates again, isn't it? I think that's Zach Oates with one of the Greatrexes leaning on each other. Meanwhile, the race leader, Ollie Allwood, is going to come through to take his 2nd victory of the weekend and take another couple of points out of Jack Brewer in the championship. Allwood wins, Brewer 2nd, Trott in 3rd, Foden 4th, Fenwick 5th, and then 6th position is side by side, Pullen and Fisher absolutely neck and neck. Now, what happened behind? There are a few slightly battered and bruised cars going through there. We've got Zach Oates, Jason Greatrex is 8th, Oates 9th, Callum Greatrex 10th, and then 11th place goes the way of the 222 car of Michael Green. So they all survived that against all odds. Got through to the end of the race in one piece, but that was not guaranteed as they went into the Hall bends there on the final lap. Nice, okay. So points wise then, yeah, like I said, Brewer does still get the fastest lap, but it's not a win, so it will be 99 points for him, 100 for Allwood. So that means that it will be 13 points the advantage for Brewer going to Donington Park next time out. Brian Trott, of course, gained some ground there as well. He ends up getting 96 points for finishing in third. That gains him an extra couple of points over where he was midway through the race. Steve Foden loses a position, drops from 96 points to 94 points, and Seb Fisher, the other member of that top 5 group in the championship, only ends up 7th, so he will score 88 for that. So behind the top 2, it will still be Brian Trott third, but he's now the best part of 30 points off the championship lead, 28 points to be precise, with Steve Foden then another sort of 20 odd behind. So it really is now down to Jack Brewer and Ollie Allwood, unless they have a disastrous final couple of events. That should be the fight for the championship. So 6 races to go for that championship. There is one more race to go here at Cadwell Park, though, and that is for the Track Attack Race Club. And the Track Attack cars then had that amazing first race earlier on. Rich Hockley took the victory from David Sheed. Really, all of the action was behind, though, with Chris Adams coming home third to win the Classic VW Cup, and then the Tricolor Trophy won by Tony Hunter, only just over Robert Buckland. So we're expecting more of the same sort of battles in this one. And the cars I can see outside my window are in the assembly area, ready to get our final race of the weekend underway. It's been a terrific couple of days of entertainment here at Cadwell Park, and Rich Hockley there is the man who won that first Track Attack Race Club race of the day. Can he do the double then? Let's find out. Let's head down to Scott Woodwis.
Well, that's the plan, I'm sure, for Rich, isn't it? But yes, 22 races down today, 1 still to go. Second race for the Track Attack Race Club is just about to get underway. Decent race for earlier on. Rich Hockley, of course, took the victory, and therefore he will start from pole position. Of course, the ever rapid BMW compact David Sheed will certainly be trying to do something about that in second place. Might have possibly a quick chat with him, actually, to see how he's coping on.
Good evening.
How's it going, David? It's good to see you again. We seem to see you pop up in all sorts in BRSCC land these days.
Well, we do. Well, I'm doing 3 different championships, so yeah, that's going really well at the moment. Car's lovely. I've just got to see if I can find a little bit of extra time to see if I can give this man in front of me a little bit of a problem. But he got away from me in the first race. To be honest, we didn't really have an answer to it, so I'm probably not going to have an answer now. But I'm close to him. I'm beside him on the grid, and I'm hoping if I can hassle him into the corners, might give me a little bit of a chance.
Very least you can get the bragging rights in Deutsche Mark's Cup being the top driver there, so I mean that's something at least.
But truthfully, yeah, because he's a Honda, so I'm strictly speaking, I'm racing him for overall honours rather than for the Deutsche Mark. So of course the others are still biting my tail. They're not far behind. If I slip up anywhere, then they're going to be all over me. So I've got to be on the ball as well as that. Our times are really quite close together. So.
And am I right in thinking this is a compact with is it an M3 engine, or correct me if I'm wrong? Is it
the older M3 engine? No, it's not the late one, because the late ones are much more powerful than this. It's the old one from the E40 36, yeah. So going right back to the 1990s this was. So with the diesel gearbox though. So we're going to name the car officially Frankenstein. We're going to get some stickers and stuff, because we call it a Frankenstein. Well, every time I try to get a part for it, say, what's your registration number? And I say, no, none of the parts are the same. It's a Frankenstein car. So we are going to officially name it the Frankenstein car, because it's made from bits and pieces. So yeah.
Excellent. Well, Frankenstein or not, it's a brilliant car, so hopefully it treats you well in the second race, and fingers crossed.
It's been lovely to drive. Thank you very much.
Good stuff. We'll see you soon. Good stuff. Best of luck for him. We've got our VW Cup guys here, classic VW Cup guys here. Might possibly, just before they go, have a very, very quick word if we can. One of the main guys behind it, which is Chris Adams, very quickly. Chris, quick word. It's good to have you guys with Track Attack this year, of course. Nice variety of cars, and you seem to be enjoying life in Track Attack at the moment.
Yeah, it's not been too bad. I think we've been made quite welcome with the guys, so yeah, we're sort of happy with that.
Yeah. And you've got a nice variety. You've got a Golf, you've got the brilliant Corrado as well. There's a great couple of Mark 1 Golfs over there. You've got a nice little variety of not just generations of Golf, but different VWs in the mix as well. Yeah,
to be fair, we've always, as a championship, we've always had like a good mix of cars. We're just trying to build on what we've got and try and get more people out and racing with us.
Now, you've got a bit of a championship battle going on. Of course, you've got yourself, I think Ken Lark's in the mix as well, Simon Tomlinson. So it's getting pretty tasty at the front, isn't it, between you guys?
Yeah, it should make for interesting racing this afternoon. But yeah, it should be good.
Good stuff. Well, go well, and hopefully we'll see you later on.
Lovely. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff. A few more VWs in here. Of course, we've got Ken Larks, one of my favourite cars in the grid, actually, the Corrado. Really nice looking car, really well turned out. Good to see. We've also got Tomlinson here in the VWs, so that's all well and good. Whilst they're about to get ready to go out, we can quickly transition from assembly area for the track attack to our top 3 in the Mazda MX-5 Championship, because we can get them in order. So what we'll do is we'll have a chat to our top 3 first of all, and first of all with hat-trick here at Ollie Allwood. So well, you said you wanted to make it 5 and 5 for AB, and you've done the job, but they made it tough.
Yeah, really tough. Jack got a flyer off the line, and I kind of got railroaded on the first lap and dropped back to third, nearly fourth at one point, and I got Steve before the safety car. And I knew it was going to be 2 laps, and to be honest, the move that I put on Jack, I'd actually been planning all weekend, because no one was trying it, and I knew that if you didn't have anybody challenging you from behind, you could do the cutback when you came back around Park. Yeah. So I thought I'd got one shot at this, so I'm going to go for it, and pulled it off. So yeah, really pleased. Tough race. I mean, kudos to Jack and Brian. They drove a really good race as well, 4 laps of it. But big thank you to AB Motorsport and my dad. And also just want to say thanks to my friends and family at home who watch, and Mike Milne, who's promised to pay for all my rounds now if I mention him. So thanks, guys.
Good stuff. We'll let you go and grab your trophy in a second, but well done, and it puts you in hopefully a strong position for the championship now with 2 rounds to go, so well done.
Cool, thank you. Cheers.
Good stuff. Let's bring Jack Brewer for second place. He was kind of nodding in agreement in the background, thinking, yeah, to be fair, that was a decent move, but you defended it as well as you could. But again, you've had a decent weekend. You had a couple of second places, up there to 4th as well, so it's still decent points for the championship nonetheless.
Yeah, and I got fastest lap I think at the end, so I've only lost a point today, well, in that last race, but Ollie, to be fair, pulled an absolute blinder on me, so feel a little bit sore after that one, but he drove really well. I just struggled to get the tyres fired up after the safety car, to be honest. I was trying to keep eating them, but yeah, it's not a lot you can really do, so it was just what it is. But car's in one piece, I'm in one piece, and we live to fight another day.
It's all that matters. We'll see you at Donington, but for now we'll go and get your trophy in a second, so well done.
Yeah, home circuit for me, so fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. And third place we'll bring in Brian as well. Decent weekend all around for Team Trot, third place, and you got your elbows out there towards the end, didn't you? Really putting yourself amongst the leaders.
Yeah, as has already been said, we knew he didn't have long left in that. I made another terrible start, so that's 3 out of 3 this weekend. There are issues with that, so we know what we can do to fix it. But yeah, it was just going to be put the car in the right place, and I managed to do it at the top of the gooseneck, inside Steve, left him room on the left. We didn't touch, it was nice and clean, and then I was onto the back of Jack. I nearly had him in the same kind of place the next lap. It was just a pity that he ended so soon, because the car, after it being knocked out of alignment completely at the start of the last race, and I only managed 5th, I thought I was going forward there rather than backwards.
So, and for you, of course, you're in the mix with these 2 in the championship at the top. It's getting really close between you 3, so these last 6 races are going to be quite a spectacle by the looks of it.
Yeah, I mean, the way the points work, even if you win or you come third, there's only 4 points difference in that. We've been consistent all year, everyone's driven really well, and yeah, I'm sure it will come down to the last race of the championship.
Of course, you've got Masters to think about as well, and you're in lead of that too, so could be a double success, but you could be walking over at least 1 title trophy by the end of the year.
Yeah, I'm not worried about the Masters, to be honest. Yeah, I'll just go for overall. I'm over 45, I'm still showing them how to do it. Doesn't really matter to me.
Well, let's get you up on the podium. So well done to third place for Brian. So Brian will get you up first of all to get your third place trophy, and Charlotte from BRSCC is going to also help out and hand that across. It is going to be second place for Jack, so we'll get Jack up to receive his trophy as well. And to complete the hat-trick and the quintuple for AB Motorsport, it will be Ollie Allwood, who picks up his 3rd win out of 3 for the MX-5 Championship, and he will be looking to obviously make sure that he tries to keep these 2 at bay in the championship hunt. But fantastic stuff all round for the MX-5 Championship, who will now go off to Donington at the end of the month. In the mix. So well done to all of them. They've got more racing coming in the next few weeks. So 22 races done, Andy, 1 still to go, and hopefully if the first track attack race is anything to go by, this one should be a pretty decent way to round up what's been an eventful and exciting but all round brilliant weekend of racing in Cadwell Park. Andy, for one last time, over to you.
Yeah, indeed. 23rd race of the weekend. Ordinarily I'd be pretty tired and ready to go home after 23 races, but actually it's just been so much excitement this weekend that it really has flown by, actually. And this final race of the day is going to be, and I'm sure, another really, really entertaining one. Rich Hockley and David Sheed on the front row. I mean, they should run away with it. They did in race number 1. The real battle is going to be behind between the classic VW Cup cars. We think that we've had a change for the championship lead now. Chris Adams ahead of Simon Tomlinson for the classic VW Cup championship lead, and he will be looking, I'm sure, Simon Tomlinson, to try and redress that situation in this one. The grid then is, I believe, the result from the previous race. Yeah, Rich Hockley and David Sheed on that front row of the grid. So it's the Honda Civic ahead of the BMW Compact. Then you've got those VWs. So the older spec VW Golf of Chris Adams has the third place grid slot. That's the first of the classic VW Cup cars, with Ken Lark's Corrado alongside. Simon Tomlinson then in the newer shape VW Golf that actually started second overall in race 1 but didn't get a good start. He starts from 5th this time. Then you've got the top 2 Tricolor Trophy cars, Tony Hunter in the Renault Clio and another Clio, Robert Buckland right behind. Andrew Neil has his Peugeot 106 Rally, rounding out the top 8. And then on the 5th row of the grid is where we will have David Mycott and the Seat Leon Super Copa of Nick Sanderson. So they are on the 5th row of the grid together. Tony Markham and Tim Moll are next. Markham in the Honda Civic, and then the first of those brilliant Mark 1 VW Golfs. That's the Berg Cup example of Tim Moll, 12th on the grid. Donald Duar's Mark 1 GTI is next, ahead of the BMW Z3 of Matthew Smith, followed by Charlie Heatley and Gerard Merriman. That is a BMW Mini ahead of a Renault Clio Cup car. Then it's Simon Smith and Nick Glover. Simon Smith in a Renault Clio, Nick Glover in a Mazda MX-5, followed by Philip O'Halloran, David Clark and Michael Bland. Then we miss a couple of rows and we get to the Peugeot 206 GTIs, who have a class of their own. It is Carl Powell that is on the pole position, and I remembered that they have a different grid this time, with Will Powell alongside. Lee Bull and Sam Watley are on row 2, Paul Rice and Craig Walker row 3, ahead of Kevin Mackin and Stephen Fuller. I think there's one more row at the back, or driver at the back, Matt Anderson, 33rd grid slot that he will be in. And those Peugeots in a class of their own, so they start behind the rest of the field. I believe the plan is eventually to try and turn that into a championship. It's again series at the moment, not a championship. All of the cars in this race competing in various series, with the exception of the VWs, who do have this classic VW Cup competition to fight for. I would say that adding Simon Tomlinson's car into a classic VW Cup race is a little bit of a stretch, since that kind of car would actually be eligible for the contemporary VW Cup as it stands at the moment. But anyway, it wasn't the fastest, even though it was the newest of the VWs on the grid. It was comfortably outperformed by the VW Corrado, which has a couple of decades on the Golf. So Rich Hockley then on the Civic was originally supposed to be racing something different, something French. I know not what, but he was supposed to be at the wheel of a supposed to be racing in the Tricolor Trophy. Has actually ended up racing the Honda Civic here this weekend, but Rich, as I said, has raced Civics in other series before, knows exactly what he's doing, and he'll be after a double race victory. One race won by 6.2 seconds, which, given the fact that he qualified on pole position by about 1.4 seconds, you would have expected maybe him to have it more his own way. But David Sheed, who qualified on second row for the first race, put in a really strong performance in race 1 to sort of try and go with him. Sheed, with a rear-wheel drive car from the outside of row 1, could be a threat into that first corner, and then that really would change things if Sheed could get the advantage from Hockley. The two Clios racing in the Tricolor Trophy. Simon Tomlinson, as Robert Buckland changed his bonnet on the second of those Clios. It was a white bonnet now. I don't remember it being white in the earlier race. Could be wrong, but yeah, I didn't think that that's the way the car looked earlier on. There it is. Look, that white bonnet looks like a real add-on, doesn't it? Like there was a problem with the other one, or damage of some sort, and they had to hastily repair it. I don't remember him having any contact in the previous race, though, so who knows. So the field then working its way around to the grid for the final time. Thank you very much, everybody who has stuck around watching the racing today. Glad to see many of you have enjoyed it. Lots of you still watching along at home now. Don't forget, as I said, to head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, for all of the information on the upcoming race events and indeed live streamed events that are coming your way throughout the rest of the season. And give them a follow on social media as well for updates and easier access to the live streams as and when they happen. You can get notified whenever BRSCC is going live that way, so head over to Facebook, Instagram, and do be sure to give them a like and a follow. So then, starting gantry about to light up for, we hope, the final time today, not quite tonight yet, 6:15 in the afternoon. 5 second board is out then, 15 minutes of racing about to start for the Track Attack Race Club then here at Cadwell Park. The lights go on, they go out. Now, away we go. Can David Sheed get off the line well in the BMW? Not really. It's actually a really good start from Ken Lark, looking the Corrado, and Sheed is going to be down to 4th place. The Clios are side by side as well. It's Hockley that gets the advantage, though. 2nd place is going to go the way of Adams. 3rd place for Lark, and that might have been maybe the Tony Hunter Renault Clio into 4th place. Yes, it is, look, ahead of David Sheed. And look at Buckland in the other Clio, dropping back. Robert Buckland, who finished 2nd in the Tricolor Trophy earlier on today, is down to about 3rd or 4th in that class now. Another dreadful start, look, for the blue, black and white Golf, number 400 of Simon Tomlinson, who had tons of wheel spin off the line in race 1. And I suspect a similar issue there, and he has plummeted down the order again. So, all change then towards the front of the field as they make their way through park for the first time. There goes the Z4, number 72 of Matthew Smith, who started this one 14th on the grid. Looked like that's roughly where he was running now. Side by side there, Sheed on the outside of Hunter. Sheed should be quicker than the cars around him here. Hunter defending there from the number 8 car. That's the Peugeot 106 Rally of Andrew Neil, which is a Tricolor Trophy car, although it runs in a different subclass of the Tricolor Trophy, Class C rather than Class A, which the Clio is in. But they are technically in the same element of the race. So the leader is Rich Hockley. He's getting away already from Chris Adams in 2nd. 3rd place is Ken Lark. 4th now for Sheed. 5th is Hunter. And then 6th place for the Peugeot that I said of Andrew Neil, and had a good start, gaining 2 places. So Tomlinson, one of the big losers. The other one was Buckland. You can see going through there, just ahead of Sanderson in the Seat Leon Super Copa Mark 1. Nick Sanderson. And, he's got Simon Tomlinson right behind him in the Golf. Really does need to make some progress. Here comes Buckland then, starting to make some ground up as well. He pulls up alongside Mike Up and goes past him into turn number 1. So Buckland then seizes 7th position and will now set off after the number 8 car of Andrew Neil in front, who's really harassing Tony Hunter though for the Tricolor Trophy lead. Look how close this is. Now the Clio should have a bit more speed in a straight line, but the Peugeot is a bit smaller, a bit lighter and a bit more nimble through the twisty stuff. This could be a really entertaining battle. In the first race, Neil finished about 13 seconds behind Tony Hunter, but he's going with him in the early stages, and the fact that none of the cars from the other classes have separated them yet, I think is what's helping to keep them together. So down the hill goes Ken Lark. Ken Lark is ahead of Chris Adams. That's for 2nd place overall and for the lead of the VWs. So the Corrado is ahead of the Golf. Here come the Peugeots through the right-hander at Park Corner. And we check back in at the head of the field. We've also had a change look for the Tricolor Trophy lead because the Peugeot is ahead of the Renault now. Simon Tomlinson goes past the 96 Renault Clio of David Mycott. But there, look, the Peugeot ahead of the Clio, which is now under pressure from Buckland. So has Tony Hunter got a problem here? Because Buckland was way behind him at the start of the lap, and now they're absolutely together going through the Hall Bends. So it's all changed then. We've had a change for the VW lead, a change for the Tricolor Trophy lead, and Simon Tomlinson continuing to move his way up the field too after his not brilliant start. Out onto the pit straight we go. Let's see if Hunter's car is down on straight line speed then. The white Clio with the white fronted Clio right behind. These two are running in the same class of the Tricolor Trophy. And no, there's nothing wrong with the straight line performance, is there? far as the 206s go, by the way, that field still being led by number 55, Will Powell. Actually, yeah, Will Powell was behind Carl Powell in the last race. Carl's had a really bad start in the 54 car. He crossed the line third in class at the start of the lap. Simon Tomlinson now back in the familiar side of battling with these two Clios, with whom he had a good scrap in race number 1. Trying to get up the inside of Buckland here then. He's not going to make this easy for him because he wants to try and attack Tony Hunter in front of him. Goes to the outside then. Tomlinson up the inside into Chris Kerr. There's not room for 3 of them. Someone has to give. And it's going to be Tomlinson, I think, that gives way. Or is it? No, he's still sort of hovering on the inside, but Buckland manages to keep hold of the position. David Sheed, meanwhile, has caught Chris Adams now for 3rd place. Ken Lark is still... he's some way off the championship lead in the VW Cup. Coming into this event, he was on 27 points, I seem to have 26 points as opposed to 52 for Tomlinson. Tomlinson lost the lead to Adams in the last race, and Adams was set to outscore him again pretty handsomely in this one. Out of the window, by the way, I've just spotted that both Robert Buckland and Simon Tomlinson have gone past Tony Hunter, so I'm fairly sure there is an issue of some sort for our race 1 Tricolor Trophy victor. 3 German machines, though, together here at the pointy end of the field. David Sheed's BMW Compact trying to get past Chris Adams' VW Golf. Sheed runs within the Deutsche Marks category. He's one of a handful of German cars. Basically, if it's not a VW but it is German, then it's running in the Deutsche Marks category. So this car, the BMW Z3 of Matthew Smith, the Audi TT of Philip O'Haller, and they're all running in Deutsche Marks. And it is going to be a pass here for position on track, albeit not within class, for David Sheed as he goes up the inside of Chris Adams. 3rd place now belongs to the BMW driver as they go through Park Corner. So BMW ahead then. There is Rich Hockley. Let's not forget about him. 7.2 seconds clear of Ken Lark now with 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. There is Ken Lark in the Corrado. I think his time is up there, isn't it, in 2nd place? Sheed is on his way. Look at the way, though, that Andrew Neil is hammering that little Peugeot 106 Rally around the circuit. He is caught up now to the 3rd place battle here, essentially, between Sheed and Adams. Now, is he going to have the power, though, to start challenging Adams in that Golf? You'd have thought the Golf would be the faster of the 2, but around certain sections like this one here, the Hall Bends and the Hairpin, that might actually suit the Peugeot. It is more like a rally stage, really, isn't it, this bit of track? And you'd think that's where that car would really be strong. They hop over the curbs, then Sheed, Adams, Neil, nose to tail. And the Peugeot just with a wheel in the dirt there as it came out of Barn Corner and accelerated across the start-finish line then. Actually, in a straight line, you know what, that Peugeot is every bit as good as the Golf. It's just carrying then more speed through the turns as well. So I do actually think that Andrew Neil could do this. If he times it right, could get a run up the park straight. Likewise, David Sheed is not that far away from attacking Ken Lark for 2nd. Simon Tomlinson, by the way, has cleared Robert Buckland's Clio into 6th and set the fastest lap of the race in the Golf. The white and blue Golf, 1:41.151. The fastest lap in the earlier race, though, set by Rich Hockley, a 1:40.5. Rich is not down on that pace in this race, though, taking a little bit easier, I think, with a big lead. As here, Neil and Adams continue to scrap, but look who's coming. It is Adams' big championship rival in the Classic VW Cup, in the shape of Simon Tomlinson. You can see there's one Golf. Oh, and Tomlinson's off in the background. Tomlinson was all over the grass there as he came through the gooseneck. Did he gather it together? Yes, he's still there, but he falls back into the clutches a little bit of Robert Buckland. So, forget what I said about him arriving on the scene. It'll take him another lap or so to get there now. It's up the hill through the mountain we go for the 5th time over the crest of the hill. The brake car of Andrew Neil, having caught Chris Adams, is struggling to get through, and he'll want to do it before Simon Tomlinson regroups and closes back in. David Sheed as well, he's not really charging up to the back of Ken Lark's car, is he? So Ken Lark in 2nd place, a bit more secure than I expected him to be, maybe. Back over the top of the mountain from some of the midfield runners, look like the BMW of Matthew Smith, so it should be the 51 car of Gerard Merriman next. Yes, it is. It is Renault Clio Cup car, and the Peugeot's coming through. Leading 206 GTI Cup car is still Will Powell, number 55. That's the number 54 car, which runs in second place in class. A bit further up the road is Will Powell, who is looking like he might take a victory here then in the 206 GTI Cup field. Right, here comes this fight for fourth. Chris Adams still ahead of Andrew Neil, who's kind of looking to the inside. He was tempted to go for a late lunge. Couldn't quite commit though from that far back. As there, Ken Lark still keeping the BMW of David Sheed behind. 5.25 minutes then, just over that to go. Still plenty of things that could change here. Second place up for grabs, third place up for grabs. That's about to become a three-way fight properly now, because Simon Tomlinson kept it on the track this time through the gooseneck, and is almost on the tail now of Chris Adams and Andrew Neil. So where is David Sheed's BMW going to be quicker than Ken Lark's VW Corrado? Through the corners, actually, I think is the answer, rather than down the straights. That Corrado can really move in a straight line. Makes a heck of a noise doing it, but it is very, very rapid through the speed trap, so it's not going to be easy for Sheed to just drive past him up the park straight. Traffic could come into play, of course, and help him out, because they've caught the back of the Peugeots now. So first car there going one lap down to the second and third place cars. Oh, one of the Mark 1 Golfs I think had pulled off there, hadn't it, coming out of Mansfield. That is the Berg Cup car of Tim Moll, isn't it? As there, David Sheed goes up the inside of Lark and actually drives straight past him through the middle of Charlie's, but can Lark come back at him down the park straight? Has he got enough of a straight line speed advantage? I don't think he has. The Corrado's going to stay in third place. Still leads its class though, of course, in the Classic VW Cup, which itself is split into classes A and B. So Lark is in class A, Adams is in the grass and in class B, and he loses second place in the class now as well. So through has gone Andrew Neil, through also goes Simon Tomlinson, who is another class A runner within the Classic VW Cup. As here, a pair of Deutschmark cars are together, the very German Mini and the moderately German, the very German BMW I should say, the moderately German Mini right behind. So second place is Sheed then now, third is Lark, and this is for fourth, Simon Tomlinson and Andrew Neil. And Heel has gone through now. Tomlinson though wants to try and get after Ken Lark, because he can see that he's not that far ahead. They'll have 2 laps to go at the end of this one. They're well and truly amongst the Peugeots now. That's the 34 car of Fuller, who gets very wide over the cement dust there. Stephen Fuller, that is, who was a non-finisher in the previous race. He'll be glad just to still be running, especially after that slightly hairy moment with the leaders, or the second and third place cars. But remember, they are still some way behind Rich Hockley, who leads the way. So Hockley leads, then Sheed second, the same 1-2 as we had in the earlier race. Simon Tomlinson coming up now to attack Andrew Neil, who had his indicator on there. I think he's letting Tomlinson go, and not in the same class. It's not his fight to have, and he knows that Tomlinson's going to be really wanting to get on up the road after Ken Lark. Sort of Buckland and Adams together there. I didn't quite see whether the Clio got ahead there of the VW. It did, so Adams, after that moment at the right-hander at Park Corner, has really bailed from this now. Maybe he's done some damage, maybe he's just going to try and preserve the car. Again, no points on offer, so there's not really any point in taking big risks out there. The brake car then works its way through. There is Rich Hockley. 6.8 seconds is margin. Personal best lap time for David Sheed on the previous lap, but I'm pretty sure Hockley is just stroking this one home now. Got one more lap to go at the end of this one. Headlights really starting to cut through the gloom now. It's not dark by any stretch, but it is very overcast still, and starting to get a little bit dim out there. Only one more lap of the 2.2-mile Cadwell Park circuit to go. Hockley then goes into the final corner. I think it's nose to tail, between those top 2 VWs. I think that Simon Tomlinson, within a lap, has been able to catch Ken Lark's Corrado. They're going through the hairpin now, or just gone out of the hairpin. And as Rich Hockley sees the last lap board, see if we can spot the Classic VW Cup lead. Here they come, look. So the Corrado just ahead, but Simon Tomlinson is there with him now. So this is significant for Tomlinson's championship fight more than it is for Ken Lark's. He's outscoring Chris Adams, is Tomlinson, but can he outscore him by a few points extra by taking the class victory? There goes David Sheed then, second place for him. Oh, where's he gone? Tomlinson's gone. Tomlinson's gone, he's off, he's on the grass. Simon Tomlinson off completely through Charlie's, and just like that there, look, he falls behind Chris Adams. Chris Adams then is going to get back ahead of Simon Tomlinson, and that was a really unfortunate error. It lets Ken Lark well and truly off the hook. It does rather rob us of a grandstand finish there in the Classic VWs, but a mistake through Charlie's is something that many drivers have made this weekend, and Simon Tomlinson adds himself to that list. Rich Hockley, though, hasn't made a single mistake all weekend long. He's coming out of Mansfield Corner now towards the mountain for the last time. He'll just be enjoying this now. His last lap of the Cadwell Park circuit. Still pushing on, though, still using all of the track. You can't really back off around here because you've got to commit to the corners. A, because you lose a lot of time if you don't, but also you lose your rhythm. It's a real rhythm circuit, this. Once you get in that groove, that is really when you'll be driving at your best around here. You don't want to lose concentration, you don't want to risk making a silly mistake when you've got the win in the bag. And Rich Hockley comes out of the last corner now. He will put one more of the 206 GTI Cup cars a lap down, and he will take his second win from 2 here at Cadwell Park. Rich Hockley, the winner in the Honda Civic. David Sheed should come home in second. There he is in the BMW Compact, and it is the VW Corrado of Ken Lark that finishes third and wins the Classic VW Cup. The Tricolor Trophy will go to Andrew Neal in the Peugeot 106 Rally in 4th position. 5th place goes to Robert Buckland's Renault Clio. 6th for Chris Adams, and a very disappointed 7th for Tomlinson, and actually only just holds on to 7th ahead of Tony Hunter, who also will be a bit disappointed, I think, to have finished that far down the order, having won his class in the earlier race. And it's Mycock and Sanderson to round out the top 10. Still got these battles further down raging on. The BMW Z3 there of Matthew Smith was working its way through. There's the Mark 1 Golf, which is going to finish a very respectable 11th place, actually. That is Donald Duar, head of the much newer Honda Civic Type R of Tony Markham. Fantastic to see those Mark 1 Golfs. You really don't see many of them anywhere, really, on the roads or on the tracks. So great to have 2 of them here. A shame that one of them didn't make it to the end in the shape of Tim Moll, but the other one did. Through come the Peugeots then. The win in the Peugeots looks like it's going to be quite close in the end, but it is Will Powell ahead of Carl Powell, reversing the situation from the earlier race. But you saw there, they were nose to tail at the line. 55 ahead of 54 though, with the 3rd place in that class about to go the way of the 128 car, I think, of Lee Bull. There crosses the line to claim a class podium. So the last few cars are making their way across the start-finish line then, and a clean finish, thankfully, to the end of the weekend. But that was a very, very entertaining way to end what has been, Scott Woodwis, a hugely entertaining weekend on the whole. 23 races, not one of them has disappointed, really. Every single one of the races that we've had here over the last day and a half has been entertaining. We've had some brilliant racing, some close finishes, a little bit of drama and controversy along the way as well, but all in all, Scott, everything you would want to see from a BRSCC race meeting, and I'm already looking forward to the next one.
So 23 races done and dusted in the books, and hopefully you enjoyed that from this weekend. Thank you to everyone that's been part of the weekend, from our Mazda MX-5s, from our Fiestas, from the STXRs as well, the BMW Compact Cup, and of course the Fiesta Juniors and the Track Tech Race Club that have just finished out on track at Cadwell Park. It's been quite an eventful weekend in many cases, but we've enjoyed it so far, and the racing has been immensely entertaining. So thank you to all of you that that's been watching on the stream. We've been gaining some likes and subscribers over the seasons, and so that's going to keep going on for the rest of the year. And of course, it's not done yet. We've still got plenty more races to come. In fact, our next live broadcast is only less than 7 days away, because we've got more live action coming up from the BRSCC. Next time out at Croft, we've then got all 4 of the 5 Caterham Motorsport Championships, plus the Fun Cup and the City Car Cup as well. And it should be myself and Andy on comms for that one as well, and possibly showing a little bit of presenting duties as well whilst that's going on. So all that's left for me to say is, again, thank you for watching, thank you for supporting all the championships and the club. If you want to find out any more about the club and all the championships that are part of the portfolio, head to the website brscc.co.uk and be sure to subscribe to the Facebook page and to YouTube to catch all the action when it does go live as well as edited highlights later on throughout the rest of the year. So for myself, Scott, from Andy and all of us here at Cadwell, thank you again for watching, and we'll see you next week at Croft for more live action from the British Racing and Sports Car Club here on Facebook and YouTube. But until then, bye for now.